really looking forward to it.
It's going to be an awesome day of chess. And of course, we'll bring all of that up for you. But let's just rewind a little bit and set the stage from what happened yesterday. Agar aap logon ne hame nahi join kiya, to firstly, where were you? There was intense action all around. And there we've got our results. We started the day with a big win for the upGrad Mumba Masters, 9-7 against the FYERS American Gambits. We then had the Ganges Grandmasters, though they lost on their icon board. The team went down to take Alpine SG Pipers 13-7. Quite a dominating performance. But you know, dominating we say, look at that scoreline in the third match. The defending champions, the 2 times winner of the Global Chess League, Triveni Continental Kings, they're making a very strong case for their repeat, for their hat-trick, winning 15-3 against the PBG Alaskan Knights. Did you see that coming?
No, I think Triveni are looking so good in this tournament, and as of now, they won both the editions of the Global Chess League, and I guess they're one of the favorites in this edition.
They are one of the favorites, but another team making a big case for themselves is the upGrad Mumba Masters, the home team. They have been on fire so far, and what a day of action it was. They won both their matches. And if we go into the action that happened, I mean, you know, they say chess spoke for itself yesterday.
Absolutely. It was insane, this one, but I was very impressed with the Triveni Continental Kings victory yesterday, and I'm so excited for what's going to come today because it just builds up the narrative. And there we see this one, the matchup between FYERS American Gambits and the upGrad Mumba Masters, and Sahaj Tanya, the game played by Shakhriyar Mamidyaro. Oof, what a game that was.
I think he performed, amazing with the white pieces, destroying rapport in that creative fashion like he usually does.
And he was the player of the match, the mighty Shark. What a game it was by him, you know. Again, a vintage masterpiece, attacking true to style there. Shakhriyar Mamidyarov getting a win. He's definitely proving himself to be one of the absolute top contenders in this tournament, to be maybe perhaps even the player of the tournament here.
Yeah, as of now, he's looking great. And I think the upGrad Mumba Masters are making sure that all of their players are in good form here, and I think that's super critical when you're playing a team tournament. Each and every player has to fire one weak link, and you will see that they're repeatedly losing, and that leads to a bad performance.
And what was also very fascinating in that matchup was that though on the icon board, the upGrad Mumba Masters lost, Hikaru Nakamura getting the win for the FYERS American Gambit against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but it was not enough. It was on the other boards that the upGrad Mumba Masters scoring massive victories in dominating style, but it wasn't just that. It was the same storyline for the Ganges Grandmasters against the Alpine SG Pipers. Even though Fabiano Caruana did get the win against Vishy Anand, it was the youngsters, it was Ronak Sadhwani, it was the women both, Polina Shivalova getting the job done for the Ganges on the other board to get that 13-7 victory.
Absolutely, and let's not forget Sindarov, the World Cup champion, defeating Pragnananda with the black pieces, helping his team to a 13-7 victory.
Yeah, I think Sindarov is here unstoppable. He's looking so good, and he's playing on board 3. He could very well have been an icon board player, you know. So Ganges Grandmasters are lucky there, but I think they are hoping for, and look at that, they have the prodigy board here where Ronak Sadhwani struck gold against Leon Mendonça.
And went on to become the player of the match as well, exactly what he needed after the disaster that was on day one for the Indian youngster, for Ronak Sadhwani. A one-move blunder costing him the game for his team, and then comes back with a power-packed performance on his board, on the prodigy board. The one thing I see is, you know, we spoke about the first match, MVL loses. The second match, Vishy Anand loses. But both their teams go on to win. The statement is clear at the Global Chess League. Every board matters.
Absolutely, and if you have the black pieces, then every board matters slightly more, because then you get 4 points instead of 3.
Oh yeah.
Get ready for an action-packed day of chess coming out of the Royal Opera House here in Mumbai. And the one team that played like royalty were the Triveni Continental Kings against the PBG Alaskan Knights. 15-3. What a crushing and a crashing performance that was. Never really gave PBG Alaskan Knights a chance in that one. Top to bottom, it was a Triveni Continental King show. And I think with that performance, they made it clear that, you know what? The hat-trick is what we want in Season 3. Their third consecutive title. But is it still too early to call them a big contender?
For sure, I think, but they're still looking for their first win. I don't think PBG Alaskan Knights have won any of their matches yet, and they're looking for their first win, which could happen today.
Yeah, and Gukesh has to fire for them while Firuza is on fire, guys. What a player he is, beating Fabi and now Gukesh.
Exactly. He's on 100% score, as is his team, and very deserving of the player of the match with the black pieces. What a powerful attack that was. Gukesh with white. It took one mistake, a misplaced knight by the PBG Alaskan Knights on that icon board, and it was enough for Firuza to get that win. A 2 out of 2, 100% start for the Triveni Continental Kings. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, in London, Sagar, they dominated the group stage. Yeah. They finished at the top of the leaderboard going into that final battle. But the interesting thing is they haven't repeated any of their players. It's a fresh roster, an absolutely 100% fresh roster for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Tanya, what a roster.
What a roster.
But they have Gukesh, Arjun.
But something is not working so far for this team.
I think Sahaj has an incredible stat for PBG Alaskan Knights. Sahaj, if you want to just tell that.
They have not won a single game so far.
Game won?
No game.
Like out of 12 games that they've played, none of their players have won even one game. That's insane.
Indeed. I mean, especially when you have Gukesh and Arjun in your team, it is something unheard of. But it happens, I guess.
They've got to change the script and they've got to do it right now. This is day 3. It's going to be their third match. They cannot afford to spiral further down into the standings. And speaking of that, let's bring up our leaderboard as we set the stage for 3 epic battles about to happen right here very shortly. And there we have it. Keep an eye on that right column. The match points, super important. The 2 teams to finish on the highest number of match points will play for championship, will play the finals. And right now, it's upGrad Mumba Masters and Triveni Continental Kings with a perfect score right there. And 2 teams at the bottom, the Alpine SG Pipers and the PBG Alaskan Knights, yet to get on the leaderboard. And I've got a question for both of you. Sagar, I'll start with you on this. If you are right now talking to Fabiano Caruana from the Alpine SG Pipers and Gukesh from the PBG Alaskan Knights, how are you pushing them to rally for their teammates today?
No, I mean, the best thing that's happening for both these teams is that they're playing the leaders. So if you look at it, PBG are playing against Ganges. That's not a leader. They're on 3 points. But Alpine are playing against Mumba. So Gukesh, if I'm talking to him, I'm like, Gukesh, you have to do what your mentor has told you to do. But the problem is, he's playing against his mentor. He's playing against Vishy Anand today. So, you know, he has to use all his learnings from Vishy, applied against him. So that's a crazy matchup there. And then Fabi, I mean, what to tell him? Yeah, he's playing really well. He did win his game yesterday. I think these players don't need any advice. They just need this momentum to start flowing.
Good point.
I think for Gukesh in this sense, I mean, I don't think Vishy has been in the best form either because he has lost both of his games on the icon board. And I think it takes some time to find your flow, especially when it comes to faster formats in chess. And that's what it is. Just keep playing and until it works.
They have to make it work today. Is it almost fair to say that if PBG Alaskan Knights and the Alpine SG Pipers aren't able to get that much needed, their first victory today, it's almost impossible to see them to make it through to the finals? I mean, we're looking at top 2 finishes, losing 3 matches in a row. Is that absolute disaster?
And then there will be 2 teams who are really doing well right now, like the Mumba and the Triveni Continental Kings. So, in a way, if you are on 0 out of 3, I think Tanya, Sahaj, it might just happen that you might not make it to top two. So it's a very critical day.
Super important day for our team, especially the ones at the bottom of the leaderboard. But now it's time to set the stage for the action that's about to come up. I like where your head's at, Sahaj. The matchups that you're pointing out, just how important it is. Let's bring up what the roster looks like today, the action that's coming up, and look at what we start with. It is Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters who've got one match victory so far against Gukesh's PBG Alaskan Knights. We'll follow that up with the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the FYERS American Gambits, and then we will end the day with the upGrad Mumba Masters against the Alpine SG Pipers. But I think we have to touch upon what we see at the top of this roster today, that we have the fixtures in front of us. You mentioned it. It's going to be on our icon board. Vishy Anand against Gukesh.
India has two world champions and they are going to be playing against each other, and it cannot get more exciting than this as an Indian fan.
You know, I was down there in the fan zone today and I was meeting people and they were all like, we are waiting for 5 p.m. We want to see Vishy take on Gukesh. And you know, they've played each other before, but never after Gukesh became a world champion. This is their first encounter.
It's the matchup of the mentor versus the prodigy, the torchbearer of Indian chess, the legend himself, Viswanathan Anand, taking on the trailblazer, the current world champion, Gukesh Tomaraju. And of course, we will be breaking that match down further as the Royal Opera House gets warmed up with all the chess action, the celebration that is the Global Chess League. We've got fans here coming across. There's a simul going on.
Tanya, this is my Narva. She's an IM. She's giving a simul here. So guys, if you just come here to watch the matches, you could very well play a simul against one of the top players.
Yeah, yesterday it was Dubov who was doing a simul. Before then it was Jaws Pem. So many people are just, can just have fun here, play some chess.
A lot of fun to be had on and off the board. It's a celebration of Chess Global Chess League. We come back with more fun on the other side of this break. showdown between India's two world champions on the icon board. It's all eyes on Vishy Anand for the Ganges Grandmasters, taking on Gukesh of the PBG Alaskan Knights. And to decide the colors, we head over to the match toss. Arohi, take it away.
The marquee showdown, Gukesh versus Anand, is minutes away, and we are here at the center for the coin toss. We have Mr. Swayams Mishra from PBG Alaskan Knights joining us, along with Mr. Vishnu Prasanna for Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters. Also joining us for the coin toss today, Mr. Sagar Shah, co-founder and CEO, Chess Base India, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, tournament director, and Mr. Ashok, chief arbiter. Mr. Swayams Mishra will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Heads. Heads. PB Alaskan Knights wins the toss. Decided to play. Decided to play black. Thank you.
Won the toss, pick black. Why?
I think it's a team strategy, and definitely I think black pieces gives more comfortable and easy for the players.
So two of India's world champions play each other for the first time ever. Have you made some special preps for that?
I'm sure it's going to be exciting for the spectators. I'm also excited to watch the match, but of course it's clear who I'll be rooting for.
All right, all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Happy with the toss?
Yeah, we were probably going to choose white anyway, so I think it turned out well.
How are you all prepping for the big icon board today?
No, we're excited for us, and I think they both know each other well, so it'll be an exciting fight for everybody to view.
Is that going to be a focus for today, or are the other boards as important?
I think we're relying a lot on the other boards as well, and I think everybody will have to show up for the team to win anyway.
All right, all the best for your game today.
Thank you. Thanks.
That is it from the coin toss, and the news from the center is that the PBG Alaskan Knights have won the toss, opted black.
Starting with the black pieces, yet to get their first win. Lots of questions to deep dive into that. I've got one for myself right now. Sagar Shah apparently is everywhere. Sagar bhai, ab wahan the, ab yahan ho kya raha hai?
I just did the toss, I ran down, I came up, and I'm enjoying myself in the Royal Opera House, guys.
और आपका टी-शर्ट भी इतनी जल्दी कैसे चेंज हो गया? Like, how is that?
I have my t-shirt here as well. But today I'm wearing the Mahindra Global Chess League t-shirt with a Mumbai 2025 on it.
Can we get one of those as well?
Yes.
I think we all want that.
Hey, you just have to go down there. There's a nice little kiosk there. You can get it.
Done hai bhai, but what a moment now for the PBG Alaskan Knights, which means that they choose black, starting on their icon board. All eyes on Gukesh with the black pieces against Vishy Anand, who will play white on that board. And there we have top to bottom. We've been seeing throughout the Global Chess League just how important each and every board is. And I want to go through all of this. I want to start from that prodigy board, because we've got two players who are on a high right now, Daniel Darda and Ronak Sadhwani. Ronak Sadhwani, after yesterday, player of the match, looking to face Daniel. How do we evaluate this? And I'd want you to make a case for each one of these players.
So I think firstly, they are not just opponents, they are also really good friends. They work together, they know each other really well. In fact, they were playing Bullet last night against each other for a really long time as well. So I feel that for Ronak, he has just gotten a win with the black pieces after that disastrous game. And for Darda, I feel that he drew his match and he lost his first game. So maybe he's looking to make his first win against Ronak.
He is. Sagar, I'm going to ask you my next question right now. As PBG Alaskan Knights, bottom of the board there, a huge clash on the icon board. Where are you looking at them trying to strike to get their first win?
I think Arjun, he has to strike against Vincent Keimer. Vincent has been a bit shaky. As you can see, the Ganges Grandmaster team entering with Vishy at the forefront. Vincent coming there. Sindarov, Shuvalova, Stavrula, Raunak and Vishnu with that flag of the team.
And that's been the big thing for them. It has been Shavalova and Ronak getting those wins in. And look at that, the world champion in good spirits, leading from the front, right in front of Arjuna Ragaisi, Lenia Dominguez, Katrina Lagno, who's been a key player so far for the team as well. But the team has fallen short on the boards to get a match victory. Super important for them to keep their chances alive. How much is the pressure on Gukesh to score for his team today?
I think it's huge because, for him, every tournament that he plays, he's thinking about, I have to prove myself, I have to play well. And I think today, maybe there's not as much pressure as we are thinking about it because he's playing against someone whom he deeply respects. So, he would want to win. But imagine in the worst case scenario, if Vishy wins, Gukesh will be like, okay, that's my Guru Dakshina.
That's an amazing way to put it. And it's very soon we will have the first moves on that iconic matchup. But before that, just really quickly, Ganges Grandmasters versus the PBG Alaskan Knights. I'm starting with you. Who takes the win? Who is getting this match victory, Sahaj?
For me, it's Ganges Grandmasters.
So you think Vishy's team gets it done?
It's absolutely 100%.
Sagar?
Well, I want to go the other way. I feel that the PBG Alaskan Knights really need it. This win, as we said, they've lost both their matches. So I think I'm rooting for them.
It's a fantastic battle coming up, and whether it is the Ganges Grandmasters or the PBG Alaskan Knights who get the win, chess will win here today at the Royal Opera House. We've broken the action down for you. बहुत बातें हो चुकी है, stage set हो चुका है. Players are in the arena. The only thing left to do is get to the chess. Don't go anywhere as first moves are coming up.
With calm minds, strong wills, and an endless resolve, the Grandmasters are ready to roar. Please give it up for our first team, the Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras
The players to my right, five-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, Javakir Sindarov, the World Cup winner, Stavrula Solakidu, Polina Shuvalova, and Ronak Sadhwani. And now it is time to call the second team for the day. With belief in their eyes and unity in their stride, the Knights march to put the opposition on the side. Please welcome the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flash.
Give it up for the reigning world champion Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenier Dominguez, Sara Khadim, Katerina Lagno, Daniel Darda. And the coaches for the two teams, we have Mr. Swayans Mishra and Mr. Vishnu Prasanna. Thank you so much. All the best for your games today. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Madhav Nair, CEO Kuwait and Bahrain Bank, along with Mr. Santosh Nair, Senior VP Axis Bank. We also have Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director, joining them.
And guys, what a interesting matchup we have on our hands there. On the top board, the two world champions of Indian chess, Vishy Anand and Gukesh, take fort. As joining me here is Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. Hello Sahaj bhai.
Why, super excited for this match. India has two world champions and they're playing against each other today. This is such a treat to watch for me.
Yes, I'm actually thrilled about it. But first, guys, we will be starting off with the female superstar boards because it's a staggered start. Two boards begin, then after 2 minutes, other two boards begin, and then finally, the top and the prodigy board begin at the last minute. So first, let's head over to the fourth board, Polina Shuvalova versus Katrina Lagno. There we see Stavrula making her first move, and Polina has started the game with 1 e4, and look at this, Sahaj bhai, if we can get the board here, you will see that actually her opponent has surprised her with the move d6. Katrina Lagno goes for this slightly offbeat system.
Yeah, it's called the Philidor defense, and with bishop e7, very, very topsy-turvy line. If you want to play for a win as black, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Because you can create a lot of complications, c6, b5 करके, and white can sort of have some problems there. ऐसा देख के लग रहा है अभी कि white के पास थोड़ा center है. It looks quite nice, but it can get very complicated very quickly.
I agree. And that's the reason why Katrina Lagno has gone for this opening, guys. You know, they both are from the same country. They must know each other. One is young, the other is experienced, and a black win is 4 points. Let's quickly check what's happening with Stavrula Solakidu and Sara Khadim. Sara Khadim did have a problem in this line itself, right? Sahaj bhai, she had lost her game, but now she must have come well prepared.
Absolutely. She lost her match against Theodora, I believe, Inyats in the first round, but she has done something different. She's played b6 a bit earlier. Abhi knight e5 करके एक threat आ सकता है, but the problem is I can just capture that knight back on e5 and your queen is attacked.
And this you can't take, right? And so this is very interesting where we are. Very quickly, we have next 2 games that have begun. Vincent Keimer versus Arjun Erigaisi. If we can go to board number 2 there. There we have it. This one has started off with Vincent playing a calm opening with knight f3 and b3. And we're seeing now some kind of an English.
Yes, some nice transposition there. And Sagar bhai,
Oh,
I think
we are going to the top board. Let's head over there. Vishy Anand opens the game with pawn to e4. And we have Raunak Sadhwani playing against Daniel Darda with knight f3. Let's go to the icon board. Oof.
Yep, and look at that. Gukesh going for the Taimanov system, well, Taimanov and Khan, and he's trying to play for a win against
D3?
Vishy.
No, he went
Let's
D4.
go, D4, proper game on the board.
Why are we excited? Because the Open Sicilian is considered to be a fighting opening, and we have the Sicilian Khan. Oh my God, Amruta would be right now dancing. This is her favorite opening. She's played it all her life with black, and Gukesh has chosen exactly that.
Wow, very symbolic there, and he goes bishop b4, pinning that knight. Bhai, kya ho raha hai?
Do you know what's happening? This same opening was played by Vishy Anand with black pieces, and white was Magnus Carlsen in their World Championship match in 2014.
Wow.
And right now, Gukesh is playing with black, and Vishy says, okay, I'll play like Magnus. Queen d3. I'm pretty sure this was played in that match.
Wow, and what happened? And what was the result of that game?
Magnus had won, but it was this epic blunder. Do you remember knight takes e5, which Vishy had missed in that match? This was the game.
Oh, I see. I didn't remember the opening, but wow, what a choice by both of these players. Super exciting, dynamic chess. किसी को draw नहीं करना है आज. And we love it.
सबको आज fight कर रहा है. Especially Gukesh wants to fight. Look at that. He's looking to his left. And we remember that when someone looks on their left, they're trying to recollect their opening line. Bishop e2 has been played here, and Gukesh can play many different ideas. He can put his pawn on d6. He can castle. Knight can come out on c6. Knight can go on d7 to c5.
If people are wondering why Gukesh is thinking here, that's because bishop e2 is the second most popular variation in this position. a3 is probably what he had prepared, जो Vishy sir ने खेला ही नहीं है. And he goes knight c6, the best move.
Knight c6, he's challenging the knight in the center of the board. Whether Vishy will take that or not is the question. You know, knight takes c6, maybe not. It just helps black.
And knight takes c6 ke baad, you can go with, I think, bc6 or dc6. Both of them seem quite promising. But I think Vishy sir will still have a sizable advantage there. But what I really like here, Sagar bhai, is just go short castle. Ignore it.
Bhai, simple khelte hai. And if you take here, then don't be afraid of creating doubled pawns, because that means that all the dark squares are weak here, and so it would be a big price to pay even if you win a pawn.
Exactly, double pawns hai, but साथ में double bishops bhi hai हमारे पास, and we can see that.
Oh, he took actually. Vishy took here, and Gukesh has now an option. Isse maro ya queen se maro. And I think queen takes would be the worst of the lot because it just allows pawn push.
Exactly, and the pawn on g2 is not really hanging. If people are wondering that, there's bishop f3, and you will just capture that knight on f6 and just be winning in the next move. Gukesh has played, he goes d takes e6, the best move in the position, and the most popular one as well. And an interesting fact actually, is position mein, even though the bar says white is slightly better, historically, black has outperformed white here.
Wow. So that means that this is actually a practically perhaps nice opening to play for Gukesh. But now the big question, do you give up your bishop or do you place it back on d6, e7? Do you keep that bishop?
I think you should go bishop e7 and keep your double bishop, because in Sicilian Khan, dark bishop बहुत important होता है. And you can follow up with e5, short castle, bishop e6 and so on.
Yes, that could be a very cool thing. And guys, while we are seeing these scenes inside the Royal Opera House, right outside it, we see an incredible simultaneous exhibition happening with the players who have come there against Mai Narwa. Very strong player who's one of the ambassadors of this tournament. And she's not playing at the event, but she's making the others sweat here outside. So beautiful to see this atmosphere.
Absolutely loving it. And Gukesh is still thinking. Actually, he has gone bishop d6 in that position.
Oh, he played his bishop to d6 and Vishy quickly pushing his pawn to h3 bhai.
Short castle karna in the next move because the h2 pawn was hanging. And I think Gukesh responds with short castling. I like Gukesh's time management so far. Let's remind everyone there is no increment until move 40. And Gukesh keeping that healthy 40-second advantage over Vishy sir. I think it's quite good.
And now, Sahaj bhai, black can put the rook on d8. And guys, if you are not careful and you play bishop e3, a quick question to the chat. What move do you play here? Black to play. It's a very strong move. You simply lose the queen.
Absolutely. It's a nice discovered check with bishop h2. And then you capture on d3 and black is just completely winning, yeah?
Game over.
Just game
So
over.
these are some of the threats that are there and he plays it. He brings his rook to d8 and he's setting up this nasty trick here. I'm pretty sure that the queen will move to e3. And by the way, guys, look at the number of people who have turned up for this encounter between Vishy and Gukesh. There you see the crowd. Maybe, guys, you can quietly wave at us. And yeah, beautiful to see so many people coming in because, of course, this is an iconic game. You know, when will we see Vishy and Gukesh playing again against each other? So it's beautiful.
This has never happened before, and this is definitely a treat to watch for everyone. And Vishy goes queen e3, sidestepping from that discovered check mentioned a bit earlier.
But Sahaj bhai, now the idea is to push your f-pawn and get in e5 or f5. Gukesh must be careful about it. I was thinking, can we put our pawn on e5 here? Maybe, guys, look at this scene here. You will see that not only are there 6 boards, but there are also the team dugouts at the end. You have Vishnu sitting there, the coach of Ganges Grandmasters on the right, and Swayams Mishra, whose face is covered by the camera there, and the arbiters are on the left of your screen.
The nice view there. By the way, Sagar bhai,
Yes.
looks like Gukesh already has gotten an advantage.
How?
With his last move, bishop e5, he has seized, I think, control of the dark squares. So now moves like f4 are not possible. And it definitely looks more comfortable for Gukesh.
So what you were saying is, if, by the way, f4 was played here, that would have been a terrible blunder because of bishop d4 and you lose the queen. So that's the reason why rook d1 was played. And there we see Swayams Mishra and Vishnu Prasanna, the 2 captains of the team. So intense. So intense. They're looking at every single thing that's happening because they can give that feedback to their team players after the match is done.
Absolutely, but सबकी नजर यहीं पे ही है सागर भाई, because this is the match of the day for me.
Match of the Titans, as they say, guys. And just if you remember, guys, Gukesh grew up watching Vishy play. He said it on record that his World Championship match in 2013 against Magnus Carlsen was something that inspired him immensely. And today, he's sitting opposite him, fighting. That quote, when your idols become your rivals, is so apt for this one.
Wow, nicely said. And I think it is completely true just for this match for sure. And I think for Gukesh, this means a lot as well, because if he's able to take down Vishy sir with the black pieces as well, definitely I think that, you gain so much confidence.
For sure. I mean, it would be something that would be really cool, but for Vishy as well, this is a very important clash. By the way, while we've been looking at this game really in depth for the last few minutes, we have to remind all our viewers that this is a team event and there are 6 boards. And Sahaj bhai, I want to take our attention to the board number 2 between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi. Your thoughts on this one? Is it looking even? Is Arjun looking very comfortable with the black pieces?
I think he is more or less equalized, but I think Vincent also is a very dangerous player and is having a tremendous year. I think he's world number 4 at this point in classical ratings. And such positions, maybe with knight c4 and knight d6 type of ideas, he's going to maintain a healthy double bishop advantage later on. And I feel if I had to choose a color, I would choose Vincent here.
You like the white pieces because of this maneuver that you can see. And yeah, maybe the position is close to equal. Let's go to the third one. Jawokir Sindarov is playing against Lenier Dominguez. And look at Dominguez's pawns. Oh my God. It's like, you know, you've taken so much space in this position that white's pieces are all cramped up. It's, भाई ये local train जैसा हो गया है मुंबई का white का position.
Absolutely. And I mean, white is technically a pawn up, but लग नहीं रहा है ऐसा. Because वो bishop c1 पे, it's just at home, rook on a1 पे नहीं निकल सकता बाहर.
Yeah.
And white is so cramped up. I mean, I'm sure Sindarov on purpose decided to take a risk in the opening itself because, you know, Lenier is a very solid player.
Yes.
And also a very experienced player. So this format, I mean, it's Sindarov is having a great run so far since the World Cup. Also, he won his match yesterday with the black pieces.
Against Prague.
Against Prague also. I mean,
But you know what has impressed me is Dominguez's fighting spirit in this tournament. Yesterday with Vidit, he was very close to beating him. He's known for his solid play, but in this event, he's going all out against his opponents. And perhaps he might be the one who can get the full point for his team. Look at this. You put your knight on d5, you get your queen up, you castle, and then you have the e4, f4, all these breaks in the position.
Exactly. I mean, आपको e4 f4 खेलने का ज़रूरत ही नहीं है because it's like white के piece अब वहीं रख के बैठ जाओ. White, what is white going to do? White is the one looking for some breakthrough in the position because you're cramped.
Yeah, white is kind of smothered here, but we all know Sindarov. He's very resourceful. He'll come up with something. Meanwhile, guys, huge thing. Vishy Anand seems to have gotten a small edge because you remember we were speaking that Gukesh was slightly better, but what happened? We see here that after rook d1, bishop d1, Gukesh, instead of playing pawn to c5, which I thought was the most natural move here, he went bd7, and suddenly Vishy was like, wait a minute, Gukesh, what are you planning against knight e2? I'm going f4 next. Gukesh pushed his bishop back, again pushed back, and now b4 gaining so much space. Vishy Anand is looking good right now.
Wow, this is such a comfortable position for Vishy sir here because Gukesh just lost 2 tempos. Yeah. Bishop जो e5 पे एकदम legend था, controlling all the dark squares. Now it had to go back to d6 and e7. In the process, you lost 2 moves and control over the dark squares as well.
Yeah, can we go full screen on Vishy and Gukesh there and we have that small board because, you know, I'm kind of sensing here, Sahaj Bhai, that Gukesh feels a bit worried. He goes queen e5 next. He's attacking the rook in the corner and also the pawn. So only move for Anand now. I'm pretty sure he'll play it within like few seconds because, and there you are. He goes knight c3. Good move by Anand. It's a serious advantage now for Vishy.
Wow.
This will be a huge win for Vishy if he gets it.
Wow, look at this. And he's getting f4 and e5, like also with another tempo. But कितने tempo आएंगे इस position में? And Gukesh is in serious trouble here.
Yeah, this is looking very dangerous for Gukesh. He must tread carefully here. And it's his move what to play because as Sahaj Bhai just said, f4, e5 आ रहा है भाई. कैसे रोकोगे?
Look at that bishop on d7. No, it has no squares to go to. Bishop on e7 has no squares to go to. I mean, this is the type of position where you really have to think a lot because one bad move can turn a worse position into a completely lost one.
Right.
This is one of those positions.
And do you see Vishy there? He, you know, I've always seen Anand since he's been playing for, you know, like 3 decades. Whenever I've seen him on camera, he looks a bit nervous, a bit sort of something's wrong, but that's his style, guys. Don't mistake it for nervousness or something. He's just excited. He's feeling it. He's calculating all the lines in his head. It's just moving.
For sure. And this is like a battle of their own, yeah, because they're both world champions and winning one game would mean so much.
Oh, by the way, Sahaj Bhai, one of our viewers has pointed out there's a tactic with knight e4 here. Does that work? Because if you take queen e4, there's queen takes c3. And if you take knight e4, the rook in the corner is hanging. So does that work, knight e4?
Wow, knight e4 looks nice, but isn't that queen pinned on e5 as well?
Crazy. So what should white play?
Just bishop b2 I defend and...
Grandmaster बाजू में बैठा है. What a move. And that is a big advantage because now as you said, this pin is killing.
Wow, there's some queenie 4 ideas in the next move, and you can lose something. But is this what Gukesh is calculating?
I think he's calculating this. He's calculating now F5. He's seeing that if F3 is played, oh, I have Bishop G5 winning the game. And you know, Gukesh might be getting excited here. Has he played it? No, he doesn't go for it. He goes A5.
A5, and now he's targeting that rook on A1. So rook को B1 पे रखना बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे.
Correct, ये rook मर रहा है.
You can also play Bishop B2, but the problem with Bishop B2 is that you will exchange another set of pieces.
Which is actually to the advantage of black. क्योंकि भाई black के पास space कम है दोस्तों. So जितने भी pieces get traded, it's good for black.
Exactly. But if also we are thinking about space, look at that Bishop on D7. That's a clear example of how black is struggling with space right now.
And by the way, rook B1 played, Gukesh trades, he opens up his rook down the A file. Vishy now can push F4 very soon. Gukesh has to keep that in mind. He has to keep on making active moves or else he'll get crushed here. So what's the next move that Gukesh can make? Very tough.
I think I would love to play a move like G5 here, just to not allow you to play F4. That's how desperate I am.
Oh, check mein mar raha hai.
Exactly. See, that's the problem, that I can take it with a check, but I would love to play G5 though, but I cannot. Like, I think Queen C7 abhi Gukesh isliye kiya because he wants to play E5.
Yeah, but no time, right? We'll ourselves go E5 or we'll go F4. What do you think?
I think F4 looks really tempting क्योंकि अगर आपने E5 फिर खेला तो मैं F5 खेल सकता हूँ.
Correct.
And gaining even more space in the process.
Right, and guys, while Vishy is leading from the front here, another good news for the Ganges Grandmasters. On board number 4, Polina Shuvalova is getting a serious edge and she has won both her games. Sahaj bhai, she's delivering once again.
Wow, and Katrina Logno taking that risk early on, but it somehow has not paid off. And I would say still the position is kind of complicated.
Yes.
But look at the time difference. 5 minute ka difference between these two players, and without any increment is a huge problem for Lagno. The same thing happened to her yesterday as well, where she had a more or less an equalish position and she lost on time.
And also these threats, knight takes pawn, pawn takes here, the knight is hanging, ye pawn thoda sa weak hai. It's not an easy position to play for Katrina Lagno, but if there's one guy who's kind of pulling it back for the PBG Alaskan Knights, it's on the Prodigy board. There is Daniel Darda, who is actually trying to checkmate Raunak Sadhwani. Ye dekho, rook and queen battery along the H file.
Wow, he just threw H5, H4 by sub-sack kar do, full attack mode on. Usually in chess we say develop your pieces, then create the attack, but yahan pe koi rules follow nahi kar raha hai.
Bishop ko nikala bhi nahi hai. King is in the center, the rooks are on their original squares. It's a very original game that Daniel is playing.
Exactly, very creative indeed. And now the pawn on H2 is the target here. And black can somehow, develop in the next few moves as well with E6, Bishop E7 and so on. Long castle bhi ho sakta hai is position mein.
Correct.
And the question for Raunak is, what do you do on the king side?
Kya karenge? Yes, exactly. It's not easy for Raunak to make progress here. So Daniel Darda is someone who's pressing. And guys, talking about PBG Alaskan Knights pressing on board 2. Arjun Erigaisi is also kind of pressing here, I feel, because, said by look at this bishop, blunted by the 2 black pawns. This pawn giving space, the knight looking a bit offside. It's coming to G3. I like black's position.
I think I would agree with you. I think the position looks amazing. However, still, there is a 2.5 minute difference between these two players. So that has to count for something for me. Because increment nahi hai aapke paas. That really, you pay the price for it at the later stage of the game. And by the way, look at Raunak's last move.
Raunak Sadhwani board. Let's go to the Prodigy board. He's come back with his bishop. He wants to move his bishop to the other side.
Exactly. This is a sign that you accept that your position is really, really bad.
And now going to the icon board. Guys, Gukesh has pulled back some things here because Vishy Anand, after Queen C7, where he had a big edge, had to play a move like Knight A4 to B6 or F4 as we were talking, but he went in a bit too soon. Unhone E5 push kiya and Gukesh was like, thank you Vishy sir, Knight to D5. I can now perhaps trade a few pieces. My knight is on a good square and now it's looking slightly better for black than what it was before.
For sure. Looks like Gukesh is making a comeback of some sort, but he still needs to find a breakthrough. Like some G5 echo bike.
I खेल देगा वो. He can play it because imagine take. If he goes G5, the E5 pawn can become a bit soft. You can attack it, but okay, it's a bit too wishful to think that would happen right now.
Maybe H6 and G5, yeah?
Sorry?
Maybe H6 and G5.
H6, G5, Sahaj Bhai going for this idea. Yeah, that could be a good one. But Sahaj Bhai, just let's put the bar and the engine aside. Just practically, do you think this position is easier for white to play?
100% yes, because black ka sirf ek hi piece hai, that knight on D5.
Right.
That's the soul of the position for Gukesh. If you can remove that knight from the equation, then I think Vishy is I think he's borderline winning for me. But that knight is...
Look at Gukesh. Gukesh goes H6, guys. Planning for Sahaj's move here. G5, if that comes in, that would be something. But can we take? The knight takes knight. And then, of course, you must take with the C-pawn. Taking with the E-pawn would be dangerous. You have a huge passer here. So take here. And then white gets a queenside majority here.
Exactly, but I would take on D5 if I can play B5. Abhi B5 possible nahi hai, kyunki wo C5 ka pawn is hanging.
Correct.
So I would plan it better, like I would go bishop E3 or something, king ko H2 pe.
Khela.
Oh, bishop E2, yeah. Nice prophylactic move, I guess.
Maybe he wants to put the bishop on C4 later. Vishy is playing quickly, guys. He's at 10 minutes, 44 seconds. Gukesh is down to 8 minutes. This match is right now very balanced, except for this one game that is going in PBG Alaskan Knights' favor. Daniel Darda on the Prodigy board. Let's look at it. Raunak has made a huge error. Sahaj Bhai, he's played his bishop to D2, but the opponent missed it. There was a huge chance with B5 here, pushing the knight away. I'm pretty sure Raunak wanted to go to A5, but then knight C E5 and the H2 pawn is falling.
You know, the problem with Daniel's last move is that now you can never play knight E5.
Yes.
Because he just played E5. He just took the square of the knight, and ab Raunak is more or less back. Yes, he has this fantastic queen and knight and rook combination on the king side, but that's it. Iske alawa, he doesn't have more pieces that can join in on the action.
Correct.
And Raunak can go A4. A5, let's attack.
He can start playing on the queen side, guys. Raunak ke chehre pe Raunak wapas aate hui. You know, A4, he goes for it. That's a nice move. You know, and Raunak Sadhwani looking good now.
You know, yesterday I witnessed about maybe around 20 or 25, maybe even 30 bullet games between these two players. Really? And मैं आपको एक चीज बता सकता हूँ कि Daniel is the faster player. But it's not showing here because Raunak is maintaining that 5-minute lead almost against Daniel Darda, and the position is not really that bad.
Oh, he long castles. He long castles here, guys, and Raunak quickly gets his queen to G2. We'll keep an eye here. Let's go to our icon board. Vishy Anand now brings his rook to A1. So he did take here after... Oh, G5 was played by Gukesh. He did play G5. Knight takes knight. And now Rook A1, what a nice move by Anand.
You have to give it to both of these players. They are trying to play for a win. They are trying to give us a result. And I really, really, really appreciate that as a viewer.
I love it. I love it, guys. But I also am amazed at the way Vishy is keeping his control against Gukesh. Because after Rook takes Rook, Queen takes, the Queen can enter in from this side. And we've already said, these two pawns, if they start advancing, they'll get very dangerous.
For sure. And B5, C6 looking super dangerous. Even Queen A8 looks really dangerous as well.
So right now, if I just have to give you a roundup, guys, Vishy slightly better on board 1. Vincent slightly better on board 2. Javokir slightly better on board 3. Polina Shuvalova clearly better on board 4. Stavrula slightly better on board 5. What's happening? Ganges Grandmasters are doing incredibly well in this entire match. Let's go to Polina Shualova's board on board number 4. Look at the attack that's coming in. Knight F5. Ooh,
Yeah, she cannot capture that knight on f5 because the knight on h5 is hanging.
Right.
And another thing is, I believe white is a pawn up in this position.
Yes, white is a pawn up, but right now attacking the bishop and the knight, but the knight is not hanging. So I can just simply bring my bishop back to f1 and white is better.
Exactly, just bring it back and... Okay, you have, I wouldn't say it has completely stabilized yet, still a bit complicated, but look at that time difference. 5.5 minutes, Sagar bhai, that is so much time.
And look at Polina Shuvalova's body language. She looks calm, cool, she gets her bottle of water. She's like, okay, I'm going to beat you, Katrina, here.
For sure.
And this is great news. I think PBG Alaskan Knights really need to get their act together on one of the boards because they are right now not doing well on any of them. Going back to the icon board, Gukesh moves his king upwards to g7. And here, maybe you trade as white. Oh, Vishy also moves his king up. So very prophylactic fight going on.
Now, I have to say that if, this goes in Gukesh's favor, something horribly has gone wrong in Vishy's position because you have... I mean, all the space you want, you have more time on the clock. I mean, it's such a comfortable advantage for Vishy. But
So you're
still,
saying, let's say, 60% chances of Vishy winning this, yeah?
at least, I would say. I mean, I would say like maybe 5% chances of a loss.
Right.
So something like that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I
or-
think it's correct. I think Gukesh has to play out of his skin right now to get a draw here, not a win. Win is a far-fetched thing right now. He's just brought his queen back to c3 and slowly... I think Sej bhai, this is coming. B5, he's just handling everything calmly. And let's say, for example, you make a waiting move, king g8. I simply take now, and B5. This is what he's planning, I feel.
Wow, and then you can also throw c6 and b6 later on in the game. And meanwhile, Gukesh is still looking for that counterplay that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
At least not right now.
No, it's a tough position for Gukesh, and Gukesh always loves to do something, in the position. But when you don't get to do something, what do? You have to wait. And I think Vishy has played a great game here. He is better. I'm very excited for the finish of this game. And meanwhile, guys, a huge moment in board number 5. Stavrola Solakidu is winning totally. She's 2 pawns up right now. And, I mean, she's 1 pawn up. But look at these two passers here. They are too strong.
They are connected pass pawns. Okay, Sara does have a rook on the 7th rank, but the two passes are just going to be very dangerous later on in the game.
Yeah.
So she should be able to win this game.
I mean, Stavrola should convert this. Right now, everything that can go wrong for the PBG Alaskan Knights is going. Let's go to the icon board once again. Gukesh down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds. We're trying to keep an eye on this game because it's an iconic game on the icon board. Queen d8.
Absolutely, and they have played 32 moves so far.
So a draw offer can be made.
But I don't think Vishy sir is going to accept that draw offer. But within 7 moves, Gukesh is going to get that 2-second increment, which is going to be needed in order to defend this. I would say a very complicated position for Gukesh. He goes queen d8. I think he's just waiting. Yeah, he just goes queen b8 and queen d8. He's not sure how to continue the position forward.
Yeah, he's waiting there. And guys, the tension is growing in this playing hall. All 6 boards are continuing. And on the last board, we have a result right now. Raunak Sadhwani and Daniel Darda have drawn their game. A big result for the Ganges Grandmasters there because Raunak was worse.
Yes, but he maintained that extra time on the clock and they ended up repeating. And it was a 3-4 repetition. I think a fair result for both players.
True, and they're talking there, they're discussing, and I think clearly Daniel Darda has missed an opportunity. Meanwhile, guys, some things looking up. Let's go to the icon board between Vishy and Gukesh. F takes G5 played here, but just as I was saying, some of the advantages like Stavrola totally winning is no longer winning totally. It's come back to equality against Sara Khadem on board 5. So maybe the PBG Alaskan Knights have something going their way. Look at this. She's still a pawn down, but somehow the rooks are active. Maybe the knight can at some point want to jump into these weakened light squares. I don't know.
If I can get that knight to f3, I'm choosing black. I'm definitely choosing black, but getting that knight to e5 is going to be a challenge here for Sara Khadim. Meanwhile, for Stavrula, I think she has to try and find a way to push those pawns on the queen side. Neither of those is an easy task here.
I agree. And by the way, guys, Javokir Sindarov on board 3 is winning here, is clearly better against Lenier Dominguez. This guy, what a fighter he is. He had a worse position. He now is coming with his queen in. Sej by h5 is in the air. I don't think Lenier will be able to hold this.
I completely doubt that as well, because he, once again, I think there are two boards. One is the icon board with Vishy and Gukesh, where the difference is 5 minutes, and this is board 3 between Javokir and Lenier, where again the difference is around 5 minutes. That's too much time.
It's too much. And let's quickly head to Vishy Anand versus Gukesh. Gukesh avoiding the rook trade. And Vishy's like, thank you so much, Gukesh. I'll just put my rook on the 7th rank, and I'm now crushing this. B7 hanging, guys. +2 advantage for Vishy Anand.
Wow, he's objectively winning in this game now. Wow, he's about to win against Gukesh.
Look at Vishy. He's like, by the way, look at this move. Bishop A6 is coming here to win the pinned pawn, and the king and the queen are on one line, and this can be very dangerous.
Absolutely. And let's remind everyone, we can't play b5 just yet because that bishop is taking on c5.
Yes.
And that might equalize matters. At least we'll go one step closer to equality. This is what Gukesh is hoping for.
Do you think Vishy will play bishop A6?
Zarurat hi nahi hai. I think you just...
Bhai khelo. Ye dekho, bishop A6. If rook B8, boom, B5. And now because you moved it away, now I'm coming C6.
And again, both of those bishops on E7 and E8 just are not active at all. They're looking for some counterplay, but they're completely restricted. This is complete domination by Vishy sir here.
Yeah, Vishy Anand looking really, really good here. But he has 6 minutes, 30 seconds to figure out a way to kind of get in. Because, you know, getting a winning position is great, but you have to convert it. And I'm pretty sure Vishy would do it. It's just that sometimes you get a bit of nerves here. You haven't played well in your first 2 games. A win has not been scored here. But if Vishy gets this win, I can assure you guys from tomorrow, he'll just get into this form, crazy form in this tournament.
I think he's already showing some crazy form to me. And
Oh,
especially
he plays it!
Wow.
Bishop A6 on the board. And let's have a look at the crowd in the hall. Maybe they are all amazed with this move. Bishop A6, and Vishy Anand is very, very close to beating Domaraju Gukesh here.
Wow, and now b5 and c6 incoming in the next move. This is looking really bad for Gukesh. He also has a minute and 40 seconds on the clock with no increment as of yet. This is really bad.
Because until move 40, we have no increment. They are on move 36. True.
Wow, again, the two boards, yeah, board 1 and board 3, both of them being completely dead lost simply because of the time situation.
And by the way, he's played his bishop to c6. Isn't the move b5 coming in here? b5, and look at this tactics. It's insane tactics. Queen to b8, and now Sahaj Bhai. It's a beautiful move. I don't know if it's easy to see. Maybe you guys can figure it out. He plays it. And Queen B8 is on the board. This is on the board. Can you find now?
Not B6, yeah? Not B6 or
no,
something.
not B6. No, B6. That's a beautiful move here. If Vishy finds it.
Oh, it's bishop takes B7.
Oh, he takes it.
Wow.
Vishy OP, guys. What a move. What a move. Vishy Anand, the legend here, showing his class. If Queen takes rook, the problem is I take your rook. And if you take bishop takes B7, I go c6, and look at this sneaky bishop defending the rook.
Wow, and you're just getting the bishop back because that bishop is pinned.
Exactly.
If you move the bishop, e7 ka bishop mar jayega.
Bhai, ye mar raha hai. It's so beautifully done. Anand has calculated it thoroughly here, and it feels like the Madras Tiger is back on the prowl.
Wow, I finished it off in style. Yeah, bishop, rook, sab mar raha hai. But it is completely lost, and he makes a move. He goes rook c7.
He plays rook c7, and why we stay on this game, but I want to give you a huge update that Katrina Lagno is now winning for the PBG Alaskan Knights. So something to cheer about there for the PBG Alaskan Knights. But let's stick here. Let's stick on the Vishy game. Vishy versus Gukesh. He takes on c6. Bishop takes c6 taken.
But that's
Rook
just a
takes.
piece, yeah? Just b6 and you just move the bishop and you just push all the pawns.
Push,
Bishop
push,
d7.
push. भाई ये देखो ये कितना सुंदर है. You can play bd7. He plays it. I was thinking he might even sacrifice that bishop.
Wow. Wow, is that even working? That's
yes,
working,
it
yeah?
was
Wow.
working. And now
Crazy.
c6, c7 coming. I won't be surprised.
Yeah, to quit.
And he was just checking if 40 moves have been done or not, and they have been done. So Gukesh gets 2-second increment. But guys, it's not going to matter. His position is lost right now. Vishy is winning. He goes g4.
Bhai, look at this idea. If you go c6, then queen h8, and queen takes h3 check, maybe.
Bhai, if you go here, boom. Arey, queen is there.
Queen is
Queen is there.
That
You
doesn't
can't
work.
even take it. Even, Sehaj's creativity is not working here. So bad is Black's position.
You can go queen h8 and c7 ka kuch f4. I mean, you just try something. Yeah, but 12 seconds on the clock. He has to play now.
He has to play. And he plays queen h8. वो खेला आपका idea, Sehaj bhai. But it's not working. Vishy's like, he's just making sure all the tactics work in his favor.
Absolutely. He has to go c7. I think c7 and just promote another queen, and he pushes the pawn one
C7.
step away from making 2 queens on the board.
By the way, while Vishy is totally winning, no, please stay on Vishy. C7. Right now, this is key moment. And he takes the queen. Gukesh looks at the other side. Look at this. This is hanging. I think Vishy is going to make a queen here.
Now queen takes a3. Just sack the queen and promote a new queen. Yeah, that's it. Ooh, there are 2 queens on the board.
Queen
Wow.
h4 final track.
Queen h4.
Bhai, maar do, rukko maar do.
That is so creative.
Take it.
Though queen board pe, but Gukesh still going for that, last minute tricks. Such a creative move, queen
Vishy
h4.
there. He's like calculating it through and through. He's like, I don't want to take any chances here. I think Vishy is going to do this.
I ho kya raha hai? Because if I just go bishop e6, what's happening? Like you give a check.
Yes, he did it. He did it.
Yeah?
Why he did it, and Gukesh resigns. Vishy Anand, the legend, the 5-time world champion, beats the current reigning world champion. And what I loved is the smile on Gukesh's face, that respect he had for Vishy in spite of losing. What a moment.
Of course.
Iconic moment in chess, Sahaj bhai.
Maza hi aa gaya, bhai. Maza hi aa gaya. And Vishy sir, OP, and of course, harder for Gukesh, but what a game it was.
Beautiful game, and let's go to the remaining game. Let's go to board number 4. Polina Shuvalova against Katrina Lagno here. Once again, Polina has gotten the edge. She's a piece up. She's winning. And guys, while lot has happened in this match, I can tell you the Ganges Grandmasters are clinching this one because Vishy won, Javokir Sindarov won, and Polina is winning. So they will have 3 wins. Meanwhile, yes, Sara Khadem is beating Stavrula, but that's the only win for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Looks like Sara is not winning anymore, by the way, in that game either. So it looks really bad for the Alaskan Knights. They're still looking for their first win. It has not happened yet.
Oh, yes. I guess Sara Khadem would get at least that 1 win in. But apart from that, I think the Ganges, look at that. Vincent Keimer has a smile on his face. Vishy is happy. Vishnu Prasanna is like, we have it under control. And Polina Shuvalova wins it here for the Ganges Grandmasters. They've done it. Vishy win, Sindarov win, Shuvalova win, Raunak draw, 10 points in the bag. Vincent drew 11 points. And so it's 11-2 right now. Let's go to the last board here. And can Sara Khadem get PBG Alaskan Knights their 1 win in this tournament? No, Sahaj bhai.
I mean, this can be anyone's game because they're both playing on seconds. Both have that 2-second increment now. And for the PBG Alaskan Knights, it's really important to win 1 game because they have not won a single game so far.
But it's not happening. It's definitely not happening. And she could even lose this with that A passer.
Wow, but
they are repeating.
No, I think Sara should play for a win, yeah? Because, okay, not much to lose here. I think the match is already lost for them.
Yeah, she should play for a win. And the smile on Vishy's face there, he knows that the Ganges have won. And you know, said by yesterday they won, today they won. And look at PBG Alaskan Knights there, Dominguez, Gukesh, they are worried right now. What's happening to them is the question. Why are they not able to fire with such a powerful team?
Absolutely. Yesterday, they scored 3 points and suffering
White is
4
better.
losses.
White is better. Stavrula is now pressing here with her outside passer.
This is all nearly impossible to win as black.
This could very well be lost.
You were right. You are absolutely right. I think White can play for a win here. White is
Huge.
playing for a win here.
White is playing, guys. And Stavrula can make this a whitewash. If she wins here, it would be 14 points for the team of Ganges Grandmasters.
Absolutely. She goes knight b6, a4, and now I think she can just capture that pawn on a4 and just go for the draw. Wait. This might be lost for Sara now because that's in the corner.
A6 pawn, don't push it because there's a check coming in and you will lose. Oh
look
no!
at that.
Pike kyun de diya? Pawn de diya. Oh no! Just the move that she had to avoid and now it's a draw.
That was a big break.
And look at Stavrula shaking her head there. She's like, what did I do? Maybe Sara has that win that, you know, it's a consolation win, but it's a win all right. She's winning. She's winning.
That's winning for Sara.
You know, this is the win that the team needs, I think.
Yes.
At least to make a comeback.
Oh,
somewhere.
no.
No, it's a draw. These tricky nights, it ended in a draw. A draw here, guys. I can't believe neither can Gukesh nor Arjun. The score is 12-3. Ganges Grandmasters have crushed it. 3 wins, 3 draws. Sedged by the elusive win for PBG Alaskan Knights. Not a match win, guys. The game victory is still not coming in.
Wow, and Sara was so close to it because her opponent gave her that gift with that king and pawn fork. And that's it, and she returned the favor.
Yeah.
in the last moments. And
look
they're
at
still...
Stavrula smiling there. Also, Sara, you know, relieved that she did not lose that one. But of course, unhappy that her team did not do well. Meanwhile, Ganges Grandmasters feeling the happiness there. I think PBG Alaskan Knights really need to sit down together and get it back. You know, they have the power in their team. They have Gukesh, they have Arjun, they have Dominguez, Sara, Daniel Darda, Katrina Lagno. What a team it is. But somehow, they're just not clicking.
Absolutely. It's very surprising to me that this team is not clicking because it's such a power-packed team. And I saw all of these plays in action, especially Darda I saw yesterday. He's such a fast player.
Yeah.
Super impressed by him. And of course, the world champion, Arjun, so many strong players. It's very sad.
Yeah, very sad. Let's have a look at the team of Ganges Grandmasters. While the mood is pretty low here, you can see that the Ganges Grandmasters, even though not many are talking to each other, like Vishy and Raunak are talking, there's a calmness on their face. You know, they're like, ha, bhai, aaj ka din badhiya gaya.
Yeah, absolutely. They're, I think, analyzing their matches, and that's already a good sign. You know, discussing their matches, discussing the strategies.
First
but
match
yeah,
today was
looks like
finished.
it's been a good day for them.
The Ganges Grandmasters won match point 3-0 and game point 12-3.
Can we show the arbiter there?
Next match will be after half an hour approximately. Welcome again.
And today we don't have the handshakes, yeah? I think that's not happening, or it's happening. The players are coming to the forefront. That ritual is going to continue here, guys, as the teams make their way to the center stage. I like this finish. You know, it's like the end of the match. You kind of get a closure here. You can see the team that's lost is generally very, very poignant there, while the team that's winning have smiles on their face. The PBG Alaskan Knights lost here.
Like good tradition here in our event,
Super sad.
we have
but
procedure.
still looking for their first win.
Hand
But
shaking.
what a match.
Please.
For the Ganges Grandmaster here. 3
And
wins.
the handshakes. Hi. Yeah. Do you think, Raunak, that this could very well signal the end of the road for PBG Alaskan Knights? I think it's too soon. If they win all 7 matches, they will be back out of the remaining, 7 of them. but it's not easy.
finding that drive, that motivation, that rhythm, for all 6 players might be a bit challenging for them.
For sure. And I mean, who should be the man of the match today, guys? There's no doubt. Give it to Vishy Anand. I mean, the 5-time world champion deserves it. To get that player of the match award, the MVP, he is like evergreen. Can't believe that he just played such an amazing game.
Not even a question. What a game by Vishy sir. Destroying. I mean, it was a complete destruction for me. It was very convincing, I think.
I agree. And as the players move into the dugout there, we are seeing to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with more action.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
Ethics Commission, World Chess Federation, Alan Atkinson, Arbiter, and Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director for the coin toss. Triveni will be taking the call.
Thank you.
FYERS American Gambits. It is black today. What are your thoughts?
Again, we were planning to play black, so we are happy with how the toss turned out. It seems like I'm following how the Indian cricket team captains are going.
Okay then. But is it going in your favor at the end?
It's been mixed so far, but eventually I hope it will.
All right. Any particular plans for this team? They have been winning continuously. They are the defending champions. Is the pressure on you?
I think the pressure is on them. They are the defending champions after all. And we'll just look to do what we do, play to our strengths and give our best.
That is the mindset that we're talking about. All the best for your game today.
Thank you.
The team that has picked white is also the team that has won the toss. Triveni Continental Kings won the toss. Pick white.
Love that. Srinath there, Grandmaster Srinath, feeling a little bit like Rohit Sharma with the toss results that they've been having. Yet to win a toss here at the Global Chess League. Has to start with the black pieces for his team, which means that on the top board we'll have Hikaru versus Alireza. We'll of course get to all of that action where Hikaru will start with the black pieces for the FYERS American Gambits. Sagar, what did you make of that decision? Van Valley choosing to start with white after winning a toss. Did they take inspiration with what just happened with Ganges Grandmasters?
I think I'm really inspired by Sahaj's point, and I also remember my India-USA match where we went to play in Texas and we were all playing with black pieces and India lost 5-0 to USA. I just know that if you have the white pieces, the team is not in good form, it really helps. But the Triveni Continental Kings are in good form. So they could choose any color, I think, and they would do well. But I think it's a good decision. It's a very important game for them against the American Gambits team.
Well, when you're in form, perhaps little else matters. But coming to you on this, Sahaj, for the FYERS American Gambit, starting with the black pieces, how do you think they're feeling about their chances?
I think it was a very smart decision from the Triveni Continental Kings, because if you choose white, then their opponent have to play for a win with the black pieces, which is a much harder task. And that's where you strike. So I think this is a calculated decision by them, and I think they have a good chance of... they would be my favorites for this match.
All right, well, Triveni Continental Kings won the toss. Can they do the same on the board? Can they prove their pick of the white pieces? Let's first head over to see how our leaderboard is as we set up for the second match of the day. We've already had the Ganges Grandmasters victory over the PBG Alaskan Knights, which sees them go up to 6 match points, 29 game points with the power pack performance that they've had in the tournament so far, you know, racking up those points. With their match victories there. upGrad, Mumba Masters, Triveni, Continental Kings, 3 teams at 6 points. Then you've got FYERS American Gambits who will be in action next at 3 match points and still at the bottom of the leaderboard, waiting to climb up. While PBG Alaskan Knights, their action is done for the day. Their action might be just done for Season 3 of the Global Chess League. Alpine, SG Pipers as well, they're struggling. We're going to be breaking down all the action that's about to come up with the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the FYERS American Gambit. We head over to a short break, but don't forget, on the other side, it's Firuza versus Hikaru. Not just for all of us, but for Ganges Grandmasters getting a 12-3 victory against the PBG Alaskan Knights. Something I think none of us expected, Sagar. How are you feeling and what do you think was the highlight for you in that matchup?
Yeah, definitely Vishy Anand's win against Gukesh was the highlight of the day. What I loved is now the Ganges have reached at the top of the table. They are on 6 points. And if today the FYERS American Gambits also win, then we will have 4 teams at 6 points. That would make the tournament so exciting.
And Saj, the fact that Vishy Anand gets his first win and it's against Gukesh.
Exactly. I mean, at this point, I think Vishy is back in flow, and this is exactly what his team needs.
Well, there is more chess action coming up, and of course, it's been a celebration of chess here at the Royal Opera House, and one man behind all of it is Gaurav Rakshit, Commissioner of Global Chess League, and he's with Arohi right now.
In Mumbai, as we say, the mahal at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League happening here at the Royal Opera House in Mumbai is insane. And the only way that you will know about it is if you come here. But, you know, since yesterday, I've seen certain changes here. And who's the best person to ask about all of that? The person standing right next to me, it is Gaurav Rakshit, the Commissioner, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. I see quite a few changes that have happened today. Tell me more about it.
So I think what we've tried today is a different arrangement of the broadcast. We had a really nice vibe at our venue, and we had our commentators in the open, and I think the audiences loved it. But we were getting a lot of feedback online that the streams are picking up sounds from the traffic. More so actually with people that were using headphones, and it was coming through and it was annoying our audiences. So it was a call that we had to take to try a different route. We've set up a studio in a remote location, which is quiet, and we're trying that today. We still have our old setup. I think what we're going to go for is to try and get the best of both worlds, because one of the things that's changed today is that we're not getting as much ambient sound onto the stream. But as you can see, what's also changed is we don't have the same madness and energy on our fan zone as we had. It's still fairly vibrant, and it's nice because we've got this massive screen where they can see what's happening and they can see their favorite commentators. But both from their perspectives and the commentators' perspectives themselves, Tanya was telling me that the energy is a little different. And so what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and now have throwouts down into the fan zone so that while we still have the primary feed from a location which is a little bit better noise contained, we don't lose out on the madness of what's down there. So let's see. That's kind of the evolution. We keep pushing the envelope on what we try. The headphone gambit that we tried is seeming to be working really, really well. People are thrilled to be able to see their favorite commentators both on the screen as well as in their ears. And I've been talking to players in terms of is it really bothering them? And it's interesting. It hasn't been as much of a problem.
So, you know, these fans come here, they want to meet their favorite players, they want to enjoy this entire atmosphere here. How does this change of venue for the broadcast impact the fan zone? Does it become even more vibrant? Do the fans get a chance to interact with the broadcast audience who's watching them live? How does it work?
So yeah, that actually opens up a lot more possibilities to us because we do have a lot of people here. And so in that sense, moving out the broadcast studio has actually created a fair bit of space for us. And so we're going to use that where players from the match, the player of the match, we're going to try and bring them into the fan zone a little bit more, which was constrained because of the broadcast setup. So a lot of that is actually positive in terms of how we go ahead. So let's see, we'll keep building, and I know that, you know, sometimes people worry about whether we'll take offense to what they're saying about us on social. We're listening, we care that you care enough to tell us how to get better, and we'll keep doing that and give you the kind of stream that you truly deserve. So that's on us.
I think this is going to be an experience of a lifetime for all those chess fans who would want to come here, experience the vibrant environment and also meet their fans. Tell me this, this we're talking about the fan zone outside arena. How about the arena inside? What is so special about that? Somebody who's come to watch the game. How is it going to be an add-on for them if they come here and watch it?
Yeah, I think that's something that's really entertaining. There's small innovations in how the players just come onto the stage, the way they greet the fans. There's a lot to be seen, which is from players' body language, which is not always available on the stream, just because you don't have that lens. So here, inside the field of play, or rather in the auditorium, you get a much better view of both close up, how you would normally see broadcast, and we do have the screens that will focus on that. But you also get to see a lot of ambient movement. You see players in their natural operating style, which you would not normally see on a stream. So I actually had a phenomenal experiences. The only challenge is I only get to spend like 10 minutes in the auditoriums, but it is quite special.
You know what? After this, I'm going to head right inside in the auditorium, sit there for at least one game and experience that everything that the league has done for making the audiences more involved in the game when they're in the auditorium. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for making all the people who are viewing this at home, convincing them to come here. I'm sure we're going to have 10x more crowd from tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. Thanks so much.
That is it from here. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Arohi. Full transparency there, complete honesty there by Gaurav about the changes that are constantly happening here, listening to feedback by our community, by our audience, and just how much that means to the Global Chess League to implement them, to give everybody a better experience. And it is a different day today here. You called it out at the start of the show that that's been the big flip in the script. We've moved to another studio. How are you feeling about it and the overall experience, Sahaj and Sagar?
Well, I am missing watching people out there, and I can commentate a lot more calmly now, because when you are in the outside, you're kind of trying to pump up the live audience. It feels like you're shouting a bit for the online audience, but it's like very exciting for me when you are in front of people. But here, ekdam calm, acha, maza aa raha hai. Nice.
I prefer the calmer environment in general. So it has its trade-offs. Yeah, I mean that I love seeing the fan zone as well, but here it's calmer, which I absolutely love.
For me, the coolest thing at the Royal Opera House is the playing arena itself, where if you come, you get the chance to actually watch the best players of the world in action. 14 of the top 15 are right here in Mumbai, and you get to hear the commentary with headphones. There are big screens that are actually playing the broadcast. An incredibly unique and fun live experience. Speaking about fun, a lot of that is coming up right now, because we've got the Triveni Continental Kings up against FYERS American Gambits, and take a look at that icon board. We started the day with Vishy versus Gukesh. We move on to another banger. It's Alireza versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Man, this is such an exciting clash here with Alireza in top shape. Hikaru scoring his first win as a dad yesterday. I can't pick a favorite amongst them. I don't know. Sahaj bhai, do you have a favorite there?
Generally speaking, when Firouzja is playing any faster formats, he's the clear favorite for me, but he's playing against Hikaru. I have no clue. I mean, I'm just gonna say Firouzja because he has the white pieces, but no, I mean, there is no clear favorite here for me.
Yeah, I think in general, the first board is very even, Tanya. But then there are many more exciting battles up ahead as well.
It's Speed Demon versus Speed God on that icon board, which means a lot of fun for us. But I think, Sagar, I like what you're saying right now. Again, the Global Chess League shows us time and time over that it's not just the icon board. Top to bottom, you need consistency. You need your other players to really show up for the team. Triveni Continental Kings has been doing it from the start. Alireza defeating Fabiano, defeating Gukesh. He's up against Hikaru. But it's not just him. Let's move on to Vishy. He's playing against Artemiev. I mean, Vishy, we spoke about Sindarov. Let's not forget, runners-up at the World Cup. Performance at the GCL so far, incredibly great. What are you expecting from him as he faces Artemiev?
I think, and a candidate player as well. I mean, he's playing with the white pieces as well. For me, he's a favorite on this board against Artemiev.
Yeah, very well. He beat Anish Giri here in the first round already. He looks very solid. But on board number 3, it's Vidit Gujarati versus Richard Rapport.
And that's a clash of styles, you know, with it extremely solid positional, strategically, extremely sound player, while Richard Rappo is king of chaos.
Exactly. But the color with the white pieces again will get to drive the game. So I'm expecting with it to just hold the fort down, and even I think making a draw with on this board would not be a bad result for them.
Right.
Also going to point out for Triveni Continental Kings, it's Alireza Firuza, Vishy and Alexandra Kostanouek who are still in the roster from their previous year, keeping these three superstars in the team and a mix-up on the other boards. For the FYERS American Gambits, of course, Hikaru Nakamura does return. He got the win on the Icon board yesterday. Wasn't good enough to get the match victory. What is he hoping from his squad today? Where do they strike?
I think very important for Hikaru's team to have Volodar Murzin on the Prodigy board to strike. You know, they really went after him in the draft. They wanted Volodar in the team. After all, he's the current world rapid champion, and to have him on the Prodigy board was like, he'll do it. But he hasn't fired yet.
He hasn't fired yet. It's a good time to start because you are from the FYERS American Gambits. And I've got a question for you, Sahaj, right now. If you are in their corner, you know, imagine a boxing match going on and these guys are there, you're in their corner, you need to tell them that these are the boards I want you to fire up on. Where are you looking at? As they are ready to get into the arena, and right there we see the Triveni Continental Kings, who so far have been the kings of the Global Chess League.
I love their pink jacket. And I loved how, you know, Marc-Andrea Morizzi high-fived someone there in the crowd. And look at that, look Van Valley. He's like, let's go, boys. Let's go, girls.
They are the defending champions for a reason. And to come back to your question, I'm looking at Murzin, I'm looking at Rapport. And I'm saying that's where you strike, because these are the two boards where you can create absolute chaos.
And you know, that would actually, because they're playing black with 4 points, actually give them those much needed 8. Might almost be very difficult to surpass that. So you're looking at Rappo taking on Vidit, Murzin taking on Morizzi. What are you telling the Triveni Continental Kings?
Zhu Jinner, my very strong player. She already beat yesterday Katrina Lagno from a lost position. I think she's the MVP of the team.
Right now, the visuals we saw with Leok Van Valley, the team captain, the team coach coming out, fist pumping towards the fans. You know, he's saying, we got 2 match victories, don't worry, the third one's coming up. What do you make of this clash? Overall, is there a favorite on paper right now? Is this form that Triveni Continental Kings is showing, are they unstoppable?
I would definitely say a small favorite here is the Triveni Continental Kings. They have been playing very solidly, but the FYERS American Gambits also have scored a win here in this tournament. It'll be very close.
For me, it's, I think, board 2, which is Vishy versus Artemiev, and I think Vishy should be the favorite here with the white pieces. And, okay, you can also say Kostyanyuk versus Inyats, for sure, should be a favorite as well for me.
We have the team, the FYERS American Gambits, getting in with the captain, Srinath Narayanan.
Very different vibe though, you know, it feels like a lot more serious there, locked into this battle that's about to come up. No smiles, no fist pumps, as we saw by the Triveni Continental Kings. FYERS American Gambits, they know that if they get the job done, the tournament is wide open then.
Right, and I think Triveni Continental Kings are on such a high right now that if FYERS American Gambits manages to hold them, it can really kind of confuse the team that's Triveni, you know, like, so this could be a very crucial game in this entire tournament.
And also, they didn't get to choose black. They are stuck with the black color, which I think might work in the Triveni Continental Kings' favor.
What a day it started as, and we've got immense action coming up. It's non-stop here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League in just a few. It's going to be the Triveni Continental Kings, the defending champions, taking on Hikaru Nakamura's FYERS American Gambits. And we will catch you on the other side of the break as Arohi will welcome the gladiators into the playing arena.
बच्चे का वाइफ नहीं पता चल रहा।
Let us welcome the first team of this match, the Undisputed Kings, the Global Chess League royalty. Give it up for Triveni Continental Kings!
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars.
Let's welcome the players. Alireza Firoja, Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Zujina, Alexandra Kostenyik, Makandria Moridzi, and their coach Luke Van Bailey. And now, forged in fire, fearless in thought. Please give it up for our team number 2, the FYERS American Gambits. With their icon player Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rapport, two-time Women's World Blitz champion Bibisara Asalbayeva, Theodora Inyats, the reigning World Rapid champion Volodar Murzin, and their coach GM Srinath. Please give it up for the two teams who will be playing in match number 8. Thank you so much. All the best. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Ms. Archana Vemalupalli, Corporate VP, Global Commercial Sales, AMT, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And guys, we are ready here for the action. The first move is going to be made, and Bharat Singh Chauhan coming in there with one of the key sponsors of the tournament, AMD. And what's the first move going to be, Sahaj bhai?
I think most people choose D4.
Echo aa raha hai mujhe.
Oh, it's D4. D4 is the first move. I think Alireza might go for this as well. You never know.
Yeah, but the first move is going to be played here in the game between Zujiner and Bibisara. And we begin. It's pawn to D4. Wow. And Kostenyuk versus Theodora Inyat. E4 over there.
Wow, both players super strong. By the way, London's system has been played by Zujiner. I'm a long-term fan of this opening with the white pieces. a great choice by Zujiner in this time format. Her opponent plays d6. Usually d5 पे आता है pawn यहाँ पे, no?
Yeah, she plays d6. She goes for the King's Indian setup here with g6 and bishop g7. And right now, this one is looking very early days, but very interesting opening here.
I see. Yeah, bishop. Actually, I have written a course on this exact same position before, and bishop h2 पे और bishop e2 पे रखना होता है basically.
Right, and right now with castles happening, let's go to the other game that is between Koschenyuk and Theodora. We have the Scotch opening on the board. Let's go to the next board here.
Yes,
and there we have a handshake between Wei Yi and Vladislav Artemiev.
Wow.
And Vidit Gujarati versus Richard Rapport. I'm pretty sure Vidit goes d4. Yes,
Absolutely.
He plays d4.
Best by test, you have to be solid against a guy like Rapport, and I think d4 is a great choice by Vidit. He's staying, he's keeping his the situation in his wheelhouse, and as Rapport plays e6.
So pawn to c4, and now he's played c5, and we see the move d5 being played. What a interesting opening Richard Rapport has chosen. He's going for the Benoni setup.
By also g6. What is g6 in this position? You know Rapport is, you know, that वो जो team का talk हुआ होगा ना.
Smile कर रहा है. Alireza is like, भाई क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
Hikaru भी उधर देख रहा है. Like, what's going on? They know exactly this is where, you know, they can strike, because Rapport is a beast when it comes to faster formats, and rightfully so.
But taking risks against Vidit is not the smartest of ideas, as the board number 1 has begun. We have Marc-Andrea Morizzi and Molodar Murzin on the junior board. Let's go to the top board. We have the Queen's Gambit accepted. If we take it from the start, it was d4, d5, c4, pawn takes, pawn to e4, and now bishop takes c4. Bishop comes out to f5. And this is the live board position here, Sahaj bhai.
You know, I think Hikaru has this habit of choosing sort of offbeat openings with the black pieces, and this is another example of that. Like bishop f5 has been played a total of 94 times so far, and the best move was around 1500 times. So this is like not such a known move for Alireza here.
I think Hikaru has come here with a bag full of new ideas. Look at them. He makes his opening moves, and then he goes and checks other games. This is amazing what Hikaru does. He already won his last game against MVL. Will he take down another icon on board number 1 here? Not easy.
I mean, it's not easy for sure, but he's on the right track. So far, he has spent just 5 seconds and he's walking around. He's not even on the board.
Well, you know, yesterday, what was his title of his YouTube recap? He was like, Daddy Karu slams MVL or something like that, you know?
Because he won his first game as a father, which is, I think, amazing for him. Congratulations to him. And do you think he can win against Firuza today with the black pieces?
I mean, he's inspired. I think it would be a very important game for his team. And as Hikaru is very interested in this game between Vidit and Rapport, let's just quickly head over there and check what's happening. Meanwhile, Alireza is thinking, let's have the board there. Look at this. The way Richard Rapport has played is telling Vidit that, hey, Vidit, you know, I don't really believe too much in getting an equality with black or anything of that sort. I'm playing this move f6. I'm playing this move knight f7. It's a weird setup, but Sahaj bhai, f5 can come in, knight can jump to e5. It can get active for black.
For sure. I think this is perhaps a good strategy to beat someone like Vidit. I mean, if you follow all the rules of chess, you know, if you develop your pieces, you gain space, connect your rooks, whatever, you are not going to be able to beat someone like Vidit there, simply because Vidit is too solid. His positional foundation is just too good.
Right. So you kind of make him ambitious.
Yes.
And then let him take risks, and then it can go in any direction. Vidit can also beat you. you can also win here. So this is a very interesting game. We'll keep an eye on this one. I do feel white is slightly better. Let's go to board number 2. Wei versus Vladislav Artemiev. Somehow, if you see all of Wei's opponents until now, they've been very solid, right? For example, he has played against Anish Giri. Okay, he played against Arjun. He was not solid. But now Artemiev.
No, Arjun did try to beat him yesterday, but I think Wei was just too solid for Arjun. And today, I think he's the one who has to be pushing for the win against Artemiev. But let's see whether he's able to do that as he goes bishop to b4, pinning that knight on c3 and targeting that pawn on d5.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, Wei needs to get this edge, but beating Artemiev is super difficult. I think somehow the strategy here is reversed from what it is on board 3. Like, Vidit is very solid, Rapport is trying to beat him. Artemiev here is very solid, and Wei has to try and beat him.
Yes, for sure. I think Wei has to beat him. But Wei is, traditionally been a super solid player. So this might not be the most ideal situation for him. But okay, he is the stronger player on paper. He has to play for a win. But the position, I'm not so confident if this warrants really.
Yeah. It's not going to be like a huge edge or anything for white, but what is going to be very exciting is the game Firouzja versus Hikaru. Look at the moves coming in. If we can go to the icon board. Harshit bhai, Sahaj bhai. Bishop f5, knight c3, and he plays knight b6. There was an opportunity to go knight b4, trying to check, but knight b6, e6? What the hell? What the hell is this move, guys? e6 by Alireza Firouzja.
And he came up with it on the board. Judging by the time, definitely he came up with it on the board. What?
What the hell? And Hikaru responds instantly, taking the knight. Check. Knight c6, ef, king f7, queen c4 and e6. All of Hikaru's prep. He's walking around. Bhai, Hikaru kya preparation karke aaya hai? Tell me, Sahaj bhai. If you become a father, you definitely are going to invest some time and, you have many more responsibilities. But Hikaru, how is he so well prepared?
I feel that he just has all of these little sort of sidelines in his arsenal ready for action whenever he needs them, and that's why he's the world number 2 player in the world and the best speed player in the world currently.
Look at his facial expressions. He's like an evaluation bar there. He's like, I like this, I don't like this. By the way, guys, let's have a shot of the fan park where we see little kids who are playing there. It's beautiful out there. If you are in and around Mumbai, do visit the Royal Opera House here. It's a wonderful atmosphere. These two kids are playing. What opening? Oh, they're playing the same opening that Katrina Lagno played with Polina Shuvalova.
That did not turn out well for Lagno there. So hopefully, he can fight back with the black pieces here. But yes, going back to the game, Hikaru plays rook to f8 and going for artificial castling.
Yeah, I think what's working out for Hikaru tremendously is the time on the clock. He's coming back. He's making his moves. Look at that. He sits down. He very quickly plays. Oh my goodness. I mean, I would be super scared if I was Alireza right now. But Alireza, I think he fears no one.
I feel that the less time Alireza has, the stronger he becomes. I keep thinking of that time when he was playing against Gukesh, and he handed Gukesh his only loss in the candidates when Gukesh had some, Alireza had some less than a minute on the clock, and he managed to play 12 moves and still was able to beat Gukesh out of that situation. That was insane.
He's so good there, and look at the Hikaru expressions. He's looking up there. He's not focusing on the board. He's trying to recollect his analysis. Let's go to Vidit Gujarati versus Richard Rapport. The reason why I say this is because Black's position already starts to look slightly preferable here, Sahaj bhai.
Yes, he can push f5 and he can sort of launch an attack on the king side whenever he wants. Whereas Vidit,
he plays f5, your move on the board.
Yep, and I'm not really sure how Vidit is going to find his counterplay on the queen's side.
Also, this pin, it's so nasty. You can't get out of it. For example, if you play queen out, I simply take here, take with a check, and just kind of spoil your structure totally.
Exactly. I bring my queen to g5, bishop to e5, and okay, this is virtually winning. Yeah, just winning for black completely. That knight on f3, that pin, I think is a great point. You have to play something like bishop e2, but that's not something you want to play really, right?
Yeah, that's not great. And look at this. After takes, and takes, it seems like this position should be fine for white. But bishop e5, and even here, this is looking very, very good for black. As you rightly said, queen f6, g5, g4, you can just start pushing.
Absolutely. Classic case of good knight, bad bishop. That bishop on f3 being the bad one because of the pawns on d5 and c4. I think this is looking a bit worrisome for Vidit.
True. And Rapport can keep his bishop here, keep the pin going. So this one, good news. And he plays it. Fire American Gambits, doing well in this position, fires American Gambits. And let's go to the board, the junior board, the prodigy board, where we have Marc-Andrea Morizzi, who's starting to put pressure on Volodar Murzin here in a very, very nice Sicilian position.
I'm not really sure who is playing for a win in this scenario, because white has this attack on the king side with g5, h4, f4 also incoming, but black has this nice setup on the queen side with the knights on e5 and c5 and maybe some b4 break at the right time. It can go either way, yeah?
Yeah, it can go in any way. And guys, look at that. We have some great players there. Pranav V has entered into the fan zone. He's one of India's top players. We have Jose Martinez. They're going to give a simul today, a tandem simul. And then later in the day, we have Hand and Brain with Pranav V and Pranav Anand. It's so amazing here, guys, because the ambassadors of this tournament are interacting with the fans.
Absolutely, and them playing this simul is such a treat to watch, I think, for everyone. Would be so nice. Oh, by the way, he goes knight takes c5, pawn takes c5, and queen e1.
Attacking the queen here. Very nice play by Marc-Andrea Morizzi. He wants to now play pawn to f4. Volodar Murzin has to tread very carefully here. So as of now, this match kind of balanced, because you can see Richard Rapport pushing a bit for the FYERS American Gambits. And here you can see Marc-Andrea Morizzi pushing a bit for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Pushing indeed. He is literally having a near perfect play so far of 99.9% accuracy. That I can see that on my screen right now, which is insane. So Morizzi putting some pressure for sure and giving them a much needed win on the junior board. And meanwhile, any other board you find interesting?
We need to go to the icon board, guys. Alireza Firuza is telling Hikaru, you might be very well prepared, but you won't be able to do much if your position isn't good. You can see that there is a weak pawn on e6, and Firuza is kind of ganging up on it.
Oh yes, and you have this knight h4 also incoming with the, and you know, kicking the bishop from f5 and putting further pressure on the e6 pawn. Knight e5 can be a plan in the future as well. Alireza is, you know, even though he was surprised in the opening, let's not forget, it is still Alireza.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, there you have it. Oh, look at that young, cute guy along with Pranav V and Jose Martinez. Such a nice moment there for him. Yes, you are absolutely right, Sahaj, Bhai, that it is absolutely incredible that Alireza Firuza was surprised in the opening, calms himself down, finds the best moves, and keeps the pressure on Hikaru.
Yeah, even looking at Hikaru's situation, I mean, it doesn't feel like he's under stress, but he should be.
Yeah.
This situation does not look promising for Hikaru here.
But he feels confident, and this is the thing about Hikaru. Don't really look at his expressions. Sometimes he's shaking his head and you might think, oh, he's not happy, and he's making those winning moves.
Yeah, for sure. It's such an easy path for Firu here just to go rook e1, like you mentioned, putting the pressure on the e6 pawn.
Yes.
You just have such a comfortable advantage here from the white side. Meanwhile, I think the only player that is in a slight sort of trouble as white is Vidit Gujarati against Rapport. Apart from him,
Has the position moved ahead? Yes, it has. Let's go to board number 3. Vidit Gujarati here, guys. Look at this position. F4 has come in and F3 is on the card, Sahaj bhai. And if white plays himself F3, those are very brutal dark square weaknesses.
Absolutely, golden pawn. Once you push it, it becomes super bad. I see this idea of knight h6, knight f5, knight e3. It looks so tempting as black. It's so easy to go wrong here for Vidit. If he, this is the critical board I feel for the American Fire Gambits. I feel like if they are able to score a win here, they can really have a chance.
Yeah, you know, the thing here, if you remember yesterday's game, we were commentating together. It was Vidit versus Dominguez.
Yes.
And Vidit was in big trouble, but he kind of got out of it. I feel that Vidit has come to this tournament with one ambition: to play quickly, keep the time on his clock, not be like, oh, I want to get a good position, I want to make perfect moves. So maybe he fights back here. It's not like a very decisive edge that black has, but it's very pleasant for Richard Rapport of the FYERS American Gambits.
I think you could have, I think you've summarized this really well. Oh, look at this. Zhu Jinner.
Let's go to board 4.
Has made a slight inaccuracy with the white pieces, and looks like Bibisara has some chance to take the advantage, maybe with knight b3.
What's happening, Sahaj bhai? What changed here? Is this square is what? Oh, she goes here and attacks this pawn.
Oh, is that pawn gone?
Because if you push the pawn forward, I can push ahead, but I can also jump with my knight.
Yes, knight b3, and I think you are also, you might lose that pawn on b2 as well.
Yeah,
takes
something
on a5.
like this, and then attacking b2, that's a point. But also just a5, b5 looks very pleasant for black.
Oh yes, and that bishop on h2, the London bishop is not looking promising. That bishop is completely blocked by that pawn on e5. Yeah, I think another board that's going well for them. Yeah, this could be the turnaround they very much need.
So let's take stock of things, guys. On board number 1, if we go through this, Alireza Firuza slightly better against Hikaru Nakamura. Good news for the Triveni Continental Kings. On board 2, we have Vei versus Vladislav Artemiev. Looking very even. I won't be surprised if this game ends in a draw very soon. Board number 3, Vidit Gujarati, slightly worse against Richard Rapport. In fact, his last move, b4, was not at all a good one. In fact, Richard Rapport could very well have a big advantage. So that's good news for the FYERS American Gambits.
For sure, I think b4, very easy to go wrong here for Vidit. I think this is the board. We knew going into this match that this would be the critical board for the American Fire Gambits, and Rapport is looking, it looks like he's going to deliver his match against Vidit, but the game is not over yet. And meanwhile, also on board 4, looks like Bibisara might score a win there as well. So that's 2 boards, board 3 and board 4, which seems to be going in American Fire Gambits' way. That's 8 points. Yeah. 8 juicy points coming their way.
And but remember, this is actually the first time that the pressure is being put on the Triveni Continental Kings. As we go to board number 5, Alexandra Koschenyuk and Teodora Inyak are playing in this typical Scotch endgame. Very likely should be equal, but not drawn. So equal here, but for the Triveni Continental Kings, Mark Andrea Morizzi needs to strike. He's better, he's significantly better against Volodar Murzin, and here b4 pushed.
Absolutely, and b4 was an inaccuracy, and so far Mark Andrea Maurizzi has maintained a near perfect play with 99.9% accuracy. And the move here is to take on b4.
Yes.
Black goes pawn takes b4, and then you go bishop to b6.
And the queen is trapped.
Exactly, the queen is trapped. The only way for black to fight back is to play bishop c5, and the next move for white is really important to see.
Let's ask our viewers here, what should white play here in this position? Can we get a shot of people inside the playing hall? Maybe here they are also thinking about this. All the people inside the venue, they have the headphones, they can tune into commentary, they can listen to it. That's a beautiful innovation there. And yes, they're all thinking here.
Oh, by the way, he has gone bishop b6, and black goes, I think Murzin has to go bishop c5.
It's happening.
Only
a4, bishop b4, bishop b6 on the board, and he plays it. Bishop c5, and guys, now the big moment. Can Mark Andrea Morizzi? I mean, bishop takes queen is very good.
Yes.
It's a good position.
But there is something stronger. Much stronger.
Bishop b5 check. No, he takes the queen.
Yeah.
He takes the queen here. And now take here.
And it takes on b4 as well. Black goes bishop e3, attacking that pawn on f4. I think the advantage is slightly reduced for white, but it still feels like Maurizzi has almost a winning advantage in this match.
Very good position. And meanwhile, guys, going very quickly to Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura on the icon board. Alireza's advantage looking really good now, because remember, Sahaj bhai, we were talking about the fact that right now the e6 pawn is a bit weak and the d4 pawn is a bit weak. Both are isolated. But what has happened is that the d4 pawn has gone to c5. So now all the pawns are together for white. Meanwhile, the e6 pawn still remains alone and lonely.
Absolutely, and that's a big weakness for black as well. You have this rook e1, knight h4 ideas incoming, and then you would put pressure on the e6 pawn. And not only that, that pawn is isolated, true. But look at that square right above it. That square on e5. You can put your knight there, you can put your bishop there, you can literally put any piece over there, and it's just an outpost. And I think this is where Hikaru is going to suffer. He might be able to defend this, but he's definitely going to suffer here.
I agree. And this one, the FYERS American Gambits need to really get Hikaru to hold this one, because imagine if on board 1 and board 6, the Triveni Continental Kings strike. But on the other boards, somehow Viditev is able to hold himself, or Zuzhiner, who's very capable of saving stuff. They will get the win in the Triveni Continental Kings.
Oh yes, imagine board 1, board 6 wins, and board 3 and board 4 do not. I mean, that can be such a close match.
By the way, a huge mistake here by Hikaru. It seems like Alireza Firouzja now has a big move that's coming. What do you think here? Sahaj bhai, is there something that's coming in your mind?
I feel just you don't have to do anything crazy here. I would go rook e1.
Just simple move.
That's my rook. I mean, it's the only undeveloped piece in the position. I just want to attack the pawn on e6, and that's it.
Yes. And right now, look at this. The atmosphere in the playing hall is so tense. But what's happening in the fan zone? Let's go to Arohi.
Oh, there is an exceptional game going on right inside, but here we have some young fans and some old ones as well. Guys, we have a match going on between the Triveni Continental Kings and the FYERS American Gambits. Who do you think is taking this one home? Triveni Continental Kings. All right, some fans in the house, but we have young Hian here. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, that's so sweet. I'm really good. Thank you so much. How are you enjoying today? Tell me that.
I am feeling very glad today because my favorite player Vishwanathan Anand has won against Gukesh Domara Amojo.
Wow, you're a Vishy fan, are you?
Yes.
For how long have you been playing chess?
I am playing chess since I was 4 years old.
And how old are you now?
I am currently 11 years old.
Wow, what if you get a chance to play against Vishy?
Obviously, I will play against him.
And will you win?
Not sure.
I like the honesty. But tell me this, you're watching this game from the fan zone. How do you think this setup looks?
It looks perfect for this tournament.
So cute. You've been watching the game here?
Yes, currently.
Yes? Okay, then I hope that you get to play against Vishy. Did you meet him today?
Yes, I saw him, but did not meet with him.
Okay, all right. Come back again, and I'm sure you'll get to meet him before this tournament ends. But thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
All right, back to you.
Such a sweet kid there. So cute answers to the point. He's like Alireza Firouzja, yeah? Like Firouzja's pointed moves on the board. That kid is giving those pointed answers off the board. B5 coming in now. Sahaj bhai, I still think Hikaru is under some pressure here.
Yeah, I think big pressure for Hikaru. B5, also that, loosening up that E5 square we were talking about earlier. But kuch abhi fatafat karne ka zarurat nahi. You can also play a move like King H2. Matlab slow moves. Like
Slow खेल
very
सकते हैं.
slow moves because he can't do much.
खेल दिया. Firuza is like, no slow moves. I'm going all in. B5 is on the board. Alireza Firuza is pressing here. Meanwhile, Vladislav Artemiev, look at this. Sahaj bhai is black, putting pressure on board number 2.
I mean, I think he seems to have the better pawn structure because black ke pawns thode ekdam untangled nahi hai. White ke pawns C2, C3 pe maybe it looks a bit bad
Also,
in the
these
end game.
two isolated pawns.
Exactly, that's a great point there. I feel where you will or should be able to hold this. He can go rook a1, he can play c4, he can. Black को बहुत एकदम Magnus level वाला technique दिखाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे to have any chances. I think where you should be able to hold this with correct play. Meanwhile, I think Vidit is in trouble here.
Wait, oh my god, boom! Rook takes f2, comes on the board. A typical Richard Rapport brilliancy. Here, I think this is mate happening very soon. Rook takes g2 might be happening. The knight is jumping in. Rooks are doubling. Sahaj bhai, any thoughts here?
I mean, यहाँ पर, I mean, you just don't give Rapport positions like that. I mean, Vidit knows this, but he just simply couldn't avoid it this time. Yeah, because Rapport came with a plan.
Rapport was like, he lured him in. He was like, Vidit, ये ले थोड़ा better position and zoop.
Exactly. And now Rook F8, एकदम वो Prague और Rapport वाले game किया था where he took that knight d5. If you haven't seen that game, do check it out. It was such a beautiful game by Rapport. And this could be another one for the books for Rapport because एक बड़ा crazy सा sacrifice is incoming here. Not sure which one, but it is incoming.
I think Rook g2 and Queen h3 might be just finish, yeah?
For sure, yeah. Queen g3 is there as well. Rook f8, just ekdam calm moves also work. Knight h3 is hanging. Everything is hanging here.
But with it, could very well have one defensive move in his hand, which is to take on e5. Rook takes e5 and move his queen here and hope that he manages to save this. Look at this variation, Sahaj bhai. Take, check. Another check. Boom. King takes. Take the rook. Your piece up. I take back the piece. And now, at this moment, it's craziness.
Okay, at least Black has some checks on e2 and e1. I'm not really sure if this is winning for Black. Is it winning?
It's slightly better. I mean, you take here, it's complicated. So maybe Vidit has to find this. Oh, he blunders. He goes d7. It's mate in 6.
What?
It's mate in 6. And you know what? You allow your opponent to make a queen with a check. Okay, if Rapport finds this, I'm standing up, guys. I'm giving a huge round of applause to him. Please, those who are in the playing hall, don't do that. But the winning move is Queen g3. He's going for it!
Wow, played. What a move by Richard Rapport.
Bhai Sahab.
This is literally the definition of sacrificing your queen.
Sahab khada ho gaya. He's gone there. What a move.
I think before making the move, even he couldn't believe it that it's working. I don't know if you
saw
those.
He's so excited.
Wow.
And Vidit is like, I can make a queen with a check if we can have the board somewhere. Because Richard Rapport is walking around. It really needs some immense creative thinking to allow your opponent to queen with a check. Guys, this is the move of the tournament here. Takes bishop f8 and queen g2. Nobody in the world can stop this.
Knight h3, knight f3, so many checks incoming, and queen g2 is just unstoppable. Just goes to show how strong two knights can be as defenders and as attackers as well.
Yeah,
Vidit has two queens on the board. Just reminding everyone, two queens and not a single check is possible.
Man, I think this is one of Richard Rapport's brilliancies that I have seen. You know, we've seen so many amazing games. Guys, you can't see the bar on the left of your board. That's because the bar has gone all the way down. It's mate in 4. It's a forced mate in 4, and the reason is because White can take with a check, so that's one move gone. Then he can give another check, something like that, and can survive. But it's game over. I won't be surprised if Vidit resigns here.
Exactly. I mean, it's mate in 4 because you can sacrifice your queen with like just at the cost of one check.
Yes.
That's it. Otherwise, it would just be a mate in the next move itself. By the way, can I go queen g4 in this position just to not allow you to play queen takes g2? Or is there just rook g2?
G4, rook g2. And if you go here, there is queen h2. If you go here, there's queen f2. It's over, bhai.
Rook se bhi mate ho rahi hai, bhai. Rook h2 bhi, rook f2. It's like he's spoiled for choices there. And look at that stare. That, I mean, Rapport is giving
26 moves. Yeah, he's created this brilliancy in 26 moves, guys. So a big win here for the FYERS American Gambits here. They will be getting 4 points for this win. And another player we were talking about, by the way, do you want to stick here or maybe check out another board?
I feel like Vidit is on the verge of a resignation.
You
Maybe we
think
can
so?
stick here just for like a few more seconds to see. Because Vidit, abhi wo digest ho raha hai wo situation, you know, Sagar bhai, that, you know, my position is lost. At this point, you realize if you don't see something, it means it doesn't exist.
Correct. So while Vidit is trying to, let's keep the video here. I want to just show you a board because on board number 4, Zhu has turned it around once again. Let's keep the video of Vidit and Rapport. Let's just see the board. So here on the board, we see that White, who was worse, is now perhaps taking over.
Wow. And that's all thanks to that pawn on d3. Agar yahan pe queens or rooks present hote, so that pawn on d3 would have been an advanced pawn, a passed pawn. But now, because there are no queens and rooks present, it can also be a weakness. Right. Look at my plan. I want to bring my king to e1. I want to bring my king to d2. And very soon, I would, you know, just capture that pawn on d3 for free.
Yeah. So, and right now also White is trying to press. This could end in a draw. Let's say, for example, I take here. Black may have the resources, but bishop e5 is a beautiful move where I try to trade off one of the bishops. So very good news for the Triveni Continental Kings here because Zhu is back in the game. Meanwhile, what's happening at Vidit's end? Has he made a move? He's down to 2 minutes, 38 seconds. He hasn't played a move yet.
He's still thinking. I think he realizes the position is dead lost. He has 2.5 minutes on the clock with 0 increment. I mean, this game is not even going towards increment. So 2 minutes se zyada to chal hi nahi sakta ye game. Rapport already realizes that it's winning. Look at how he's sitting there. That's a sign of, you know, ab game khatam ho gaya hai.
Yes.
I have already won.
And you know what Vidit is doing? I think he's doing something very smart. He's not resigning. Because that means that his other teammates till that point don't know whether he's going to lose or win. They still think he's in the game. And that really gives confidence to the other players that, okay, the score is right now 0-0.
Yes,
so it's a smart move. You know, stay there. Don't resign too soon. Play. Maybe let your time go down and then you could resign. So very interesting team dynamics being shown there by Vidit. Let's go to Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura on the icon board. Queen a5 played here by Firouzja. Opposite colored bishop Sahaj Bhai. Dark squared bishop for white, light squared bishop for black. Do you think Firouzja is still better here?
I think he's playing for 2 results basically. I don't see Hikaru winning this match. I think only Alireza can go for it. Simply because black का pawn जो e6 पे isolated है, and secondly we have the stronger bishop because that bishop is gonna sit on e5 at some point, attacking the g7 pawn as well.
और ये भी मर रहा है. There is pressure on the c7 pawn. And by the way, guys, the simul with Pranav V and Jose Martinez in the fan zone has begun. 20 people have a chance to play against them. You too can come to the Royal Opera House tomorrow. There'll be more such events happening in one ticket. You get to be at the fan zone, play the Grandmasters, watch the top players playing inside the playing hall along with the headphones. What a beautiful arrangement done by the Tech Mahindra team here. Amazing job.
Absolutely, and there are some super strong players playing in that simul as well. But meanwhile, look at Vidit's board. He has made a move and he's down to 25 seconds.
Let's go to Vidit's board.
I think he's about to resign.
Oh, he sacked the queen on f8, king f8, and he's down to what, 20 seconds?
Yep, I think we will catch the final moments of Vidit.
And resignation there, guys. Beautiful game by Richard Rapport. I am actually on my feet here for him. He's really played a masterpiece today, and you can see with it there, he's not too upset with himself because he knows he has been the victim of a brilliancy today.
Absolutely, and Rapport defeating Prag in that style with that knight takes d5, and now Vidit, 2 sort of, you know, game of the, you know, he has played 2 games in the same year that most chess players wish to play in their lifetimes.
True, true. And by the way, let's go to board 2. We see Vladislav Artemiev pressing against Wei Yi. Sejbhai, this is now no longer simple. The reason for that is very clear. The black pawns can start rolling here, and Artemiev can put real pressure on Wei Yi.
Wow, this is the second game where FYERS American Gambit are actually putting the pressure, and this is not looking great for the defending champions.
Yes, but you know what? Someone who's doing good job for them is Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Let's go to the junior prodigy board. Pawn to f5 has been pushed here, and Marc-Andrea Morizzi is a pawn up, and he has such smooth, free-flowing play that I don't think he's going to go wrong.
I think that's absolutely correct. Also, he cannot also castle on the short
Oh
side.
my God, big result! Theodora Eniak blunders, and Alexandra Koschenyuk wins. Look at this. Oh my goodness, Sejbhai. It was, you know, around equal if we can go just a few moves back. This position, equal hai. Just king b7 jana hai yahan pe. You have to go back with your king. But she went king c7, check, king b6, and now boom, a check and mate.
My pawn key mate to a king is a statement right there. I'm not sure what Inya sort of didn't see, because of b4 pehle bhi khel sakte the.
I think she was very low on time.
Yeah.
She was very low on time, and that was the reason the match is getting so exciting. As of now, if we go to Firouzja versus Hikaru, the score is 3-4. Right now, the FYERS American Gambits are ahead, but Firouzja is pressing. Marc-Andrea Morizzi is in a good position. So the Triveni Continental Kings do look like the favorites in spite of them being down right now on points.
Yeah, and I'm checking the other boards as well. Kahin par bhi aisa nahi lag raha where FYERS American Gambits can actually pull a win. Maybe Artemiev could be the hero for them, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Hikaru.
But bhai, in a way, Alireza Firouzja. Oh, he's winning! He's winning! Guys, Alireza is winning because Bishop d5 was a big mistake. Queen d5 was the better move, putting pressure here. But he plays bd5.
And now
he finds the best move.
Wow, and then look at the plan. The plan is to play c6, bc6, and then b6.
Oh, and push the pawn.
Exactly, all the way up, and
c2. Man, you know what's the winning move, Sejbhai? It's so beautiful.
King h2.
Queen b1. Trading the queens, क्योंकि एक बार queen trade हो गई, ये pawn तो queen बनने वाला है. One of these pawns is queening.
Exactly. Basically, you will just trade the queens and then you will play c6. Wow.
He plays it. Alireza Firouzja, and you can see Hikaru now shaking his head. Man, Triveni Continental Kings, what a team this is.
And just to mention to everyone, Alireza defeated Fabi on the first day, Gukesh on the second day, and now Hikaru on the third day. Isse better resume kya ho sakta hai?
I mean, he's just like in top shape. I think somehow the Global Chess League brings out the best chess from Alireza Firouzja.
I think the time control really favors him because he's the speed demon for a reason.
And Hikaru goes Hikaru.
Queen f5.
And we have a result that has come in, a draw on board 4. Zhu Jinner and Bibisara have drawn, which means the score is 5-4 now in the favor of FYERS American Gambits. 2 more games going on. Just board 1 and board 2. No, there's 3 more. Oh my God, a huge turnaround. Volodar Murzin has equalized against Marc-Andrea Morizzi.
And it
is the FYERS American Gambits coming back?
It's possible, but still, let's not forget, Alireza is still winning.
Yes.
Alireza is the hero of this match if he manages to convert. Volodar is... But Volodar might be able to win this. Look at Maurizzi's time.
No
he has less than a minute on the clock.
No way. How did this turn around? We were like, this is no way that Maurizzi is going to goof up here. But he is worse now. Perhaps slightly. It's equal. It's equal right now.
Goes rook h4 and now maybe something. I was thinking rook g2, but the pawn on e4 is hanging.
Yeah.
So you have to keep the rook glued to that pawn on e4. He plays b3. Maybe king b2 ka plan simple. Black plays h5. Now Murzin knows.
This pawn is going down.
But Murzin knows he has to play for a win. He sees the other boards. He knows he has to play for a win, and this is his chance.
So let's put things into perspective. Alireza Firouzja, let's go to that board. He's winning, which means that the score would be then 7-5 in the favor of Triveni. But if Murzin wins, that would be 7-9 in the favor of FYERS American Gambits. And if Wei and Artemiev, it's equal, it's a draw, then the FYERS American Gambits could win. Oh my God, I can't believe this is such a tense encounter.
Absolutely. कुछ भी possible है यहाँ पे, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Because look at Hikaru having 30 seconds on the clock as well.
Look at Hikaru shaking his head. He's like, I don't have a move. Bishop E6 he plays, and now guys C6.
By the way,
C pawn is queening.
By the way, big blunder on Mauritius's board. On board 6, Murzin is completely winning now.
Murzin, let's go to board 6.
Look
board
at that. 26 seconds for Mauritius over here.
Oh my goodness. And we have a result on board number 2 or what?
I think that's a draw most likely, but it hasn't finished yet.
So Murzin, if he wins,
they've just won.
He might get his team the victory. Oh my God.
Against the defending champions.
Firuza's victory may not be enough if Volodar Murzin manages to beat Marc-Andrea Morizzi here.
Wow, this is insane. Wei, I think, is going to hold, but yes, this board is the problem. He goes rook g4, rook c4. Repetition ho raha hai, but Murzin cannot accept this draw. He has to play for a win. But does he know that he has to play for a win?
I mean, he has to win. He's thinking here, let's go to the icon board. Rook e1. We are seeing resignation going to come in. Hikaru is going to resign. Firuza is going to win for his team because the c-pawn is queening. There's nothing left. And a victory for Alireza Firuza. But let's quickly now go to the last board. Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Let's go to the prodigy board here. Rook at 7 played. The score is right now 7-5 in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. Marc-Andrea Morizzi is fighting back. Man, everything hinges on this encounter.
Yep, and he has 18 seconds, just 18 seconds to hold the position down and defend his team. But will he be able to do it? That remains to be seen. Right now, black can play h3, but there is rook takes h3 and rook takes b7. If I can take away your pawn, if I can take away the h-pawn,
can we check what's happening on board 2 very quickly? Because there is something that's happening. Can you go there? Just show us the camera. Is there any key? It is some kind of a claim that is made. Oh, draw.
Oh, it's
a draw agreed because of threefold repetition. So draw is here, which means the score is now 8-6. Let's quickly go to the final board. The prodigy board. Marc-Andrea Morizzi, he takes. Bishop takes e3. Everything is now on this board. 8-6 is the score.
And I think he's going to push h3, and Morizzi has to sacrifice that bishop for that pawn. But that's going to be enough, I think. 7 seconds for him, by the way. This is just lost.
What? Rook f7? That's such an ambitious move. He's not going after the bishop. He wants to take this pawn and that pawn.
Ooh, rook b4 is a blunder. I think there's rook g7 incoming, attacking that.
a5 pehle. By a5 kill to king d8. I think, guys, Volodar Murzin hasn't struck gold in this tournament, but he will strike big here by beating the Triveni Continental Kings here.
Look at how calm he is, by the way.
Oh, he wins it! And the FYERS American Gambits have pulled through. What a match this is! 4 points to them. The score line is 10-8. Man, Triveni Continental Kings lose their first match in this one. What a nerve-wracking encounter that was.
Wow, World Rapid Champion for a reason.
Man, he played so well, and Marc-Andrea Morizzi, he would be upset at himself. He was winning. If he would have won the game, that would have been a victory by a huge margin. And there you can see Alireza, Firuza, Vidit, Koschenyuk, all of them shaking their heads. They were like, we were winning. We were better. We could have done this. And the FYERS American Gambits, the smiles on their face, edge by. What a match.
What a turnaround this was. I mean, definitely Rapport. I mean, what a match he had. But I have to give it to Murzin as well for winning in such a spectacular fashion, bhai.
Too good. Too good. And guys, the result is out here. The Triveni Continental Kings get their first defeat. The FYERS American Gambits move to 6 points, and definitely the man of the match. There's no doubt for it. Richard Rapport has to get it. I mean, even if his team had lost, we would have given him the MVP of the match for his moves.
This might be the most difficult man of the match because there is one who had 2 queens on the board.
Yes.
One which had a pawn checkmate, and then one who delivered when it mattered the most. So how do you choose between the 3? But of course, Rapport had the most beautiful, game. I think out of all of them.
Most beautiful, Sej, by I think. And there you see the team of Triveni Continental Kings. Alireza, you can see him. He's won his game. He's beaten Hikaru. He's beaten such a strong player. But there's this look on his face that our team didn't win. Meanwhile, the American Gambits, the FYERS American Gambits there, Murzin is like, yeah, I mean, you know what? I was just lost. I mean, I was just making moves. Somehow, I got it.
He was completely lost, and I think his opponent got a bit ambitious, and then, you know, he found his counter chance and struck when it mattered the most. And I think Maurizio he must not be happy with this, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Marc-Andrea Maurizio, there you can see him in the background there along with Zuziner. They're just standing there quite lost in thought. Meanwhile, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, I'm looking forward to his recap today because his team has won, and I think they've scored a huge win as our chief arbiter, Ashot Vardapetian, gets all the players in front of the stage. You know, we have the ceremony there of shaking of hands at the end of the match, and that's always nice to see, the sportsmanship, the sportsman spirit.
Very, very nice to see indeed. Also, I mean, did not expect the defending champions to lose this match. Oh, what a turnaround.
Yeah, and I love this interaction between Hikaru and Volodar Murzin.
Dear chess lovers, was finished one more very interesting match, very strong match. And finally, I want to announce the results. American Gambits won match points 3-0. And for game points, 10-8. You see, very small difference. Congratulate to winner and to spectators, please come after half an hour to next match. Thank you.
And the shaking of hands there of all the players with each other. Oh, some of the players are leaving. No, you have to come back. And Richard Rapport there, he will be so proud. Another gem added to his, you know, treasure trove. I would love to write a book on the best games of Richard Rapport.
Yeah, and I think 2 of those games will be from this year alone. And this game definitely is one of them. I mean, 2 queens on the board, promotion with a check, and still your opponent is winning is just completely unheard of.
Absolutely. And the teams come out of the dugout there. Bibisara today, she's in the part of the winning team. Hikaru Nakamura comes out, Teodora Inyak, and there we have Volodar Murzin and Srinath. He has a spring in his step. He's happy. Richard Rapport, well, he doesn't care about anything. He's played an incredible game. And the Triveni Continental Kings have a little bit of a disappointment on their face, but I think they should be happy about the fact that they're playing so well, and they just come back tomorrow and play the way they have been doing so.
I mean, their icon is just an icon, yeah? He's just delivered 3 wins in a row against the best players in the world.
Yes, and this is the score line. The FYERS American Gambits have won with a score of 10-8. We go to a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with more action.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FIRES Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Chess or market, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। FYERS एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Congratulations. We know you are a creative player and that we saw that game today. My God. One of your best games?
I hope not. I mean, it was a nice win for sure, but yeah, he was clearly not having his best day, and I kind of took advantage of that, yes. And I'm very happy that after yesterday, even kind of my opponent played a very nice game, and that was kind of important for the team. Both Volodar and I could, strike back and kind of redeem ourselves a little bit, yes.
we have to talk about that queen sacrifice. I mean, the people who were watching it, I could hear in the fan zone people go woo on that one. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, mathematically speaking, it might have been the most material I lost with one move because I lose a rook and he gets an extra queen, right? Yeah. But, okay, objectively speaking, it was kind of a simple calculation, so I was more excited in an aesthetic way than in a way that maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, this was kind of, I still managed to calculate this one, yeah.
You know, it was a close win, 10-8, and it got decided on the last board. Was Murzin aware that all of y'all were waiting for him to get done, and then the win and the loss would have been decided?
Well, I don't know if he was aware, but he did very well, so it doesn't matter, yeah.
Well, one thing is for sure, all of y'all looked super calm throughout it all. Most of y'all were actually going around watching other games. But congratulations on this incredible player of the game. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is it from the presentation ceremony. We'll be back with another cracker of a game.
And what a stunning game that was. And a beautiful finish there by Richard Rappo, getting that very important win against Vidit Gujarati. And finally, the Fire American Gambit take down the so far, well, not so far anymore, but the ones who hadn't lost a single match, Triveni Continental Kings, 10-8, a big score. But for Richard Rappo, we have to touch upon this. It's got to be feeling good when you allow your opponent to make an extra queen on the board, but you kill their king.
And also you lose your rook, he said. Like he lost like 14 points with one move.
That too with a check. There was a check as well.
Yeah, that's very rare. And there you see Rapport playing today very creatively, but he's so objective. He said like Vidit was the one who was not playing so well today, and so he's not like super thrilled with his game objectively, but he loves it from the aesthetic viewpoint.
And that makes a lot of sense when you get the kind of end position that Richard had in his game. And you could see that expression. He was surprised by certain decisions that Vidit took early on, allowing this checkmating pattern around Vidit's king. And then this beautiful finish that played out at the very end, forcing Vidit Gujarati to resign. And very deservingly, Richard Rappo getting the player of the match in this one. And these were our results. And in fact, this is one part about the Global Chess League. Decisive games. 2 for the side playing with white, 2 for the side playing with black. But again, that 4-point, that 1 extra point difference in the scoring system is what matters.
And I think Volodar Murzin, I mean, he just turned it around like crazy. He was totally lost, Sahaj bhai. We were looking at it. We thought Marc-Andrea Morizzi will never lose.
It was basically a 2-result position, and Murzin found a way to win that somehow anyways. And you know, I think it was a fantastic performance by Murzin here.
And I want to talk a little bit more about the scoring system as we have it, because traditionally in chess, for a win, you get 1 point. You get the same amount of points for a win regardless of the color that you're playing with. But this is what adds the spice, the secret ingredient, the secret sauce here at the Global Chess League. It's very difficult to get a win in traditional scoring system with the black pieces. So really incentivizing that fight. If you're playing black and you're able to get a win, you get a very crucial point for your team.
Yeah, I love this scoring system. Actually, it's growing on to me every single edition, every single match. I think kudos to the one who has thought about it, brought it in. We loved it before. We were like, but today, just look at this. There were 2 wins for each side, but the side with the black pieces, they went through.
Also, pawn ki checkmate se bhi kuch hona chahiye na fir, because we saw that today. We saw a pawn checkmate today, and we don't. This is something we never get to see, I think, in chess, and it's a treat, yeah.
Yeah, it was such a beautiful checkmate by Kostenyuk.
Yeah. Well, the entire Global Chess League is one big treat for the world, for the fans of the game. And just what an innovative structure, format it is to the chess world. And this is where we are. It's all about finishing at the top 2 to fight for championship in the finals. The rankings are decided by match points, which depend on the game points. You've seen the scoring structure that constantly changes with wins from white and from black. As you can see, you win a game with the black pieces. That gives you a margin over a win with white. And that's what came to be decisive in this previous round, as we saw it at the end of the match. It will be about getting those match points in to climb on the leaderboard, to get to that top 2 finish, to fight for championship. And of course, it's also the time control that really matters in this. 20 minutes to start on the clock, and not until move 41, do you get that bonus time? It doesn't matter whether you're checkmating, whether you're winning, what is going on the board. You lose on the clock, you lose the game. We've seen those big turnarounds, the roller coaster of a ride that this time controller brings on to these top players of the world.
Absolutely. There's only one way to make a draw, which is all the boards have to make a draw, and then they take away the time control. Yeah, they take away the increment, so you cannot make a draw.
Yeah, I think everything is really planned in a way that we get fighting chess, and we are getting that every single game. As a chess fan, I'm seriously thrilled at the start of every match.
Yeah, and it's been awesome to watch just how these single elements put together bring on this fantastic fight on the board. Triveni Continental Kings experiencing and tasting their first defeat.
And now everyone's at 6 points. So the upGrad Mumba Masters can move ahead.
But I would still not be worried for them because their icon player is just winning matches left and right.
Well, that's the big one. What happens next? Is it going to be again on the icon board? It's upGrad Mumba Masters taking on Alpine SG Pipers. And of course, to start the proceedings, we head over to Arohi for the match toss.
One winning streak was broken in the last game. What remains to be seen is, can the next team continue their winning streak, or will this be the end of that as well? It is toss time between the upGrad Mumba Masters and the Alpine SG Pipers. For the two teams, we have Hari Krishna for upGrad Mumba Masters and Praveen Tipse for Alpine SG Pipers also joining us at the coin toss. We have Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director, Alan Atkinson, the arbiter, and our guest for today, Mr. Nayan, founder and CEO, Melted Joy. Now for the toss, Mr. Praveen Tipse will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Heads. Alpine SG Pipers wins the toss. Decided to play white. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm not going to let you go so easily. White, any particular reason that plus extra 1 point for the black, it didn't make you choose that?
I think it's easier to play with white, I thought, but of course you have to choose one and you can't really have strategize every decision. So I thought it was nice to choose. Yesterday I lost the toss, so I thought it was good to try this today.
So no temptation there, that's good. But you're going to play against the upGrad Mumba Masters. They are on a winning streak. Do you have some special plans for them?
Well, I think it's a very strong team, and so far we haven't played as per our strength. So our focus is that we play as strongly as our strength and probably will be able to take on them.
All right, all the best for the game today.
Yeah, thank you.
Hari Krishna, happy with black?
Yes. I lost the toss, but we got the color what we wanted, so it's okay.
So it's a win-win. But today you can make a statement. You can continue that winning streak. We've seen Triveni Kings lose their streak. What are the thoughts?
We just take one game at a time. So, yeah, there's a very strong team, of course. Everyone is strong here. So we give our best today.
Any particular broads that you're targeting?
No, you can't really target here anything, you know. So all the players have to give their best. And that's what we try to do every match.
Humble as always. All the best for today's game.
Thank you.
That is it from the coin toss. The news from the center is that the Alpine SG Pipers have won the toss, opted white.
Well, one giant has fallen today at the Royal Opera House as Triveni Continental Kings went down to the FYERS American Gambits. Can the Alpine SG Pipers do the same to the upGrad Mumba Masters? The first time that Hari Krishna has lost that toss, but went on to say that it would have been the color. Black would have been the color that they would have chosen anyway. What did you make of that? Hari doesn't seem too concerned.
Yeah, Hari is like such a cool captain. I think he's just spreading that calmness over the upGrad Mumba Masters team. I think very smart decision by the team overall to get him as a coach.
For sure, I think, yeah. And choosing black, and I think there's some reverse psychology going around with Hari as well. I'm not sure if they would have chosen the black color, but letting their opponents know that, okay, this is what we would have wanted. I think there's some reverse psychology there.
But I like what Praveen Tipse did, actually. Because the Alpine SG Pipers haven't been doing great. And now, you know, you have the white pieces. It's easier to play with white.
And I love where your head's at right now because I want to talk a little bit about that. Alpine SG Pipers have a star-studded team. You know, their top three boards are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri and Pragnananda. But yet they haven't proven themselves as a whole, as a team in this so far. And they're playing against upGrad Mumba Masters, who've been so incredibly high on their team chemistry. How do they make their magic work? How do the Alpine SG Pipers finally sink today, Sagar?
I think one of the things that has to happen today is Ho Yifan has to strike. She's playing against Koneru Humpy, not an easy opponent. But if Yifan manages to strike here, I think it will raise the morale considerably. The second thing is that Anish Giri, who generally gets really good positions, has to finish them. He has to score that win. That would really help the team.
I think for sure, I mean, I'll agree with you on the Anish point there. Plus, maybe Prague as well, yeah? Come on, Prague has to score a win. Let's go.
Come on, Prague, where are you?
Well, it's going to be awesome to watch who does show up for the Alpine SG Pipers. They need the team to perform. And before we get the chess action started, let's see how our leaderboard has shaped up after the two matches that we witnessed today. And of course, this match is what is coming up very, very soon. But there has been a shake-up on our leaderboard already as the Triveni Continental Kings face their first defeat. Look at that. What a structure this is. And focus on those match points on that extreme right column because the top two make it to the finals. We've got a four-way tie, Sagar, and then we've got two teams yet to get started on the leaderboard. And in fact, one of them is coming up next.
Yeah, and if the Alpine SG Pipers win, then we'll have 4 teams on 6 points at the end of the day, and that would be epic.
Yeah, and I mean, I really hope that they do, and I think they chose the right color for it as well because choosing white gives them more chances. I think this is the mistake that Alaskan Knights made on the first day itself by choosing black because then you have to hold the position down instead of, pushing for the win. And yeah, let's hope for the best.
May the best team win at the end. Alpine SG Pipers did win the toss and chose to start with white. Can they take down the mighty looking upGrad Mumba Masters? We'll be back with all the action on the other side of this break. You stay tuned with us.
The key moments don't have to be missed, and I think this is the match where the Alpine SG Pipers have to get their act together. Today, the other team, which was on 0 points in the morning, could not win their game. That was the PBG Alaskan Knights. That shouldn't be the same thing that should happen with Alpine SG Pipers.
And I want to shift our focus now to the left side. All the points that you made, about how Alpine SG Pipers are looking for their first match victory. upGrad Mumba Masters, a completely different trajectory. 100% score. It's been a perfect run for them so far. In fact, getting the biggest margin win as well. A 17-4 victory in their opening match. What a dominant performance that was. And yet we see that their lineup somehow just seems to work to perfection. They're red hot here, even without the star-studded names as the Alpine SG Pipers. What's working so well for them?
I think just about everyone's performing there. And I mean, when you have MVL, Wesley So and Mahindra, it's a great team. But Daneshwar Bardia, this guy has won both his games on the Prodigy board. He's the guy behind the success of the team.
Yeah, especially that Bishop A3 from Ronak was, I think that's what put him on the map. And let's not forget, when you have Humpy... Yes, of course. And let's not forget, when you have Humpy and Harika in the same team, it's a winning team, yeah?
Clearly it is. The top two women players of India, Humpy and Harika, fighting side by side. And let's point out that Maxime Vashe-Lagrave, Shakhriyar Mahindra, who was the player of the match yesterday, and Harika Dronawali, in fact, have been leading the charge for the upGrad Mumba Masters every single season. So they repeat, they come back for their team to fight it out this year. And I think that experience, that team camaraderie, that feeling that upGrad Mumba Masters is our home really comes to show when they're fighting on the board.
Yeah, I love their team spirit since season 1. I had seen it back then. They would always have their dinners together. And even now, I can feel it. Suhel Chandok, the owner of the team, always trying to get the players together. And now they have Hari Krishna as the team captain. And I think that's a very smart move, because Hari has won just about every team tournament that is out there in the world of chess.
Absolutely, the Olympiad as well. I mean, so yeah, for sure. But yeah, MVL as your icon also makes a big difference when it's a faster, format, because MVL, I think multiple world Blitz champion.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think just the team works for them.
Yeah, and I want to get our head-to-head one more time, because you're pointing out players, you're saying Maxime Vashe-Lagrave, who's been such a star player for the upGrad Mumba Masters starting from season 1 itself. And I want to say top to bottom, you also mentioned Bardia's performance so far, 2 out of 2. Can Mendonça take him down? Let's go board by board and discuss the strengths here. Where can Alpine SG Pipers really look at striking? I look at that top board. Let's start with our icon matchup. Now, this has been an endless encounter, right? Maxime Vashe-Lagrave versus Fabiano Caruana has happened more number of times than I can remember in the candidates at the Chess Olympics. They've faced each other, they know each other incredibly well. Now, Sahaj, when I look at this matchup, in their head-to-head, Fabiano Caruana, when it comes to classical long-time formats, is somebody who has a stronger score. But when it comes to rapid and blitz, Maxime Vashe-Lagrave, are we giving him an edge in faster time controls?
I think that's completely accurate to say. Even though he's playing with the black pieces, I still think I would expect a draw here, but yeah, slight preference to MVL from my side. And Sagar, for you?
Yeah, I guess it should be a very even match. Both of them have won one game here and lost one game. So I'm very curious to see what will happen here. For me, on board 2 is the battle of 2 solid players. I'll be very surprised if that doesn't end in a draw. Yeah, I mean, Wesley and Anish, when they come together, I think it's a super solid encounter.
You can't say Anish without saying a draw. Well, technically you can, but in the chess world, it sometimes gets hard. But I completely get your point here. Wesley's so solid, as he's known in the chess world. But I have to say, in this format, with 20 minutes and no increment, a draw isn't a given result, even if you're looking at 2 strategically incredibly strong players.
Yeah, I agree with you. But in the last match, we had this Artemiev versus Wei encounter. That did end in a draw after all. So there are some players where we feel like, they respect each other so much that they won't try much.
Also, I also think it's about what the type of choices players make in the opening itself. I mean, with Vishy and Gukesh, Gukesh went for Sicilian. He played Khan. He wanted to have a game, and that's why we had a result. I think on board 2 with Anish and Wesley, the most likely result would be a draw. I completely agree with you.
Because E4, E5 will happen.
Yes, some Petrov, Berlin, something like that, and we would have a draw there.
All right, so you guys are giving the top two boards as most likely a game that's going to end peacefully, even if the trajectories are not as peaceful. We'll see fighting chess, but might end in a draw. I want to move down to a board that I see 100% decisive result happening in. You know, the mighty shock in play on board 3 for the upGrad Mumba Masters. He's been a key player for the local home team here, and he's facing Pragnananda, for whom the tournament so far has been a bit shaky, but Pragnananda wants to prove he's the player of the tournament from season 1.
Yes.
What a performance, what a run he had. The highest scorer in the entire season was Pragnananda. How do we see him? What does he need to do to bounce back and take down the mighty shock?
For me, this is the only board where I see Prag having, or well, the Alpine SG Pipers having an advantage with the white pieces. This is where I see them striking, and Prag needs to wake up. He lost yesterday, I believe, against Javakir Sundarov with the white pieces, and today is the day that he's going to strike.
I also have this feeling that Prag today will get that work done, because Mahindra with black is very creative, but also sometimes takes too many chances, and Prag has this very solid style. I think it's really great pairing for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And that's really interesting for me to hear, because what Shark produced on the board yesterday, an absolutely aggressive attacking masterpiece, and yet you're going with Pragnananda for this matchup.
Yeah, because he has white pieces, and I think Prag generally wakes up after some bad games. He's not the one who gets bogged down after bad results. He has this fighting spirit.
I believe right after he lost in the candidates to Gukesh, he played against Vidit, and he had that delayed Spanish, delayed Yanish. It was a completely crazy idea, but it worked. And that's what I think I'm expecting from Prag.
That's going to be a very spicy match, I will tell you that. No peaceful draws in that one when Shakhriyar collides with Pragnananda. But the other board is where my eyes on. I think the women superstar boards has been such a match turning point for so many of them. And these two, Sahaj, it is Koneru Humpy versus Hu Yifan, two of the strongest women players of the modern generation. And there's a lot of history between these two, including a battle for the World Championship.
Yep, and How You Fun did win this one, although this time I think I'm just going to take a very, stable diplomatic draw. What about you, Sagar bhai?
No, I'm just curious here to see what happens, because they played the World Championship match back in 2011, 14 years ago. And there we see the team of Alpine SG Pipers. They're not walking towards the hall. They are waiting there. I can sense a bit of tension in the air.
Not just yet. We see Fabi, Anish, Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, who's been such a star player for the Alpine SG Pipers. 2 out of 2 for Nino so far. But the team hasn't been able to perform collectively as one here. Is this when all of that changes? Is tonight the night where the giants fall at the Royal Opera House? We see that Leon Mendonça, as he gets ready for his fight against Bardya Daneshwar. They're about to enter the arena alongside Praveen Thipse, their coach. And look at that. It's the upGrad Mumba Masters, the home team. The crowd loves them. The fans here rooting for them. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave looks like he means business tonight.
And also you can see Wesley and Shak having nice moment. Daneshwar is smiling, Humpy is smiling, Harika smiling. Yeah, this is just a little bit of different mood right here, a little lighter note.
You can tell which team is, leading and just comfortable, and which team has to win today.
Right. Absolutely.
That's a great point. You know which ones are the top of the leaderboard and those who are yet to get started. What an important match this is for the Alpine SG Pipers. But you take this picture in, you see what you're seeing in front of you. You can feel it, that this team is incredibly confident. They know that they have each other's back. They've been playing not individually, but as a team, keeping an eye out on the other boards as well, fighting it out till the very end, not only for themselves, but for each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And each of those players, I think, symbolize just that. And MVL, what a player.
Yeah, and the upGrad Mumba Masters are in Mumbai, so they do feel at home. Entering in here, I'll be curious to see what happens in this matchup. Humpy and Harika in one team. Wow, what a nice scene that is, Tanya. You've played alongside them at team events. What is their equation like, if you could tell our viewers?
Incredibly professional players, they know what is required of them. I have played several chess Olympiads in the team, especially with Harika, but with Humpy as well. The Chennai Olympiad, we were all part of the same team. And just having them on that top two boards is so calming for the rest of us because we know they got this and we can fight our battles on the lower boards there. So incredible experience as well coming into play. And Harika, of course, she's been a regular. She's been the usual for the upGrad Mumba Masters, a player they're not letting go of.
Yeah, both of them from the first edition. And Tanya, you know, they both have become closer friends since they both became mothers. I think there's a lot common there. They have a lot to talk about, and that's beautiful to see.
I think we have to zoom out now. We've been talking about the players, you know, the upGrad Mumba Masters, their incredible camaraderie, where they're looking at striking, what's working for them. They're red hot so far here in Mumbai, but the Alpine SG Pipers as well, with, you know, their absolute heroic teams, big names there, haven't yet clicked. And I'm going to put both of you on a spot. Pick a team that takes this match. Let's start with you, Sahaj.
I'm going to go with Alpine SG Pipers. I think today they are taking down the Mumbai Masters.
Oof.
You know, for me, I'm from Mumbai, so I've been supporting the upGrad Mumba Masters deep within. But today, I want the Alpine SG Pipers to win so that it opens up the tournament in a big way.
Wow, so you know what the incredible part is? That the FYERS American Gambits just did it. So they need to not look too far into history to feel that, to feel the inspiration to take down the upGrad Mumba Masters. But of course, it's a big task ahead for the Alpine SG Pipers. Now we've set the board out for you. We've laid out the storylines. Very soon, the pieces will be flying on the board. On the other side of this break, we take you to live chess action.
guys, this is the team of the Wise. Please give it up for Alpine SG Pipers.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
And now let's welcome the players. Starting with Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Ragnananda, Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, and Leon Mendonça, along with their coach Praveen Tipse. From the heart of the city, now welcoming the home crowd is waiting for this one. Please give it up for upGrad Mumba Masters.
Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess.
Let's welcome the former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, another former World Blitz champion Shakhriyar Mamedirao, the reigning World Women's Rapid champion Koneru Hampi, Harika Dronavali, and Bhadia Daneshwar, along with their coach Mr. Harikrishna. Please put your hands together for all the players playing in match number 9 today. All the best. You can move on to your board. Thank you. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Kamlesh Jobanputra, CTO Edelweiss, along with Mr. Hanish Choksi, CEO Beyond Facets.
And guys are ready for this big encounter between the upGrad Mumba Masters and the Alpine SG Pipers, the last one of the day. And joining me is Tanya Sachdev.
Sagar, super excited as always to be next to you. And look at this clash that we have. Look at the environment. Look at the atmosphere that we have inside the Royal Opera House. Ceremonial moves. It was 1b4. I would be very surprised if we actually see Fabi make this move, expecting him to take it back as the arbiter reminds him that it's time to reset the pieces and maybe go with your own choice.
Yeah, maybe if Fabi plays b4, I would be stunned, you know, there. Meanwhile, guys, there's another first move that's happening on the board of Anish Giri and Wesley So.
And there we see handshakes. So many fans for Anish Giri in India and Wesley So as well, who's made several appearances in India for strong tournaments like the Tata Steel. And the first one to kick off for liftoff, it is the clash between the 2011 World Championship fighter Hu Yifan and Hampi. That's underway, as well as the second superstar women board, Nino Batsiashvili, currently on 2 out of 2, taking on a very in-form Harika with a Queen's Pawn opening.
Yes, and here we have the Queen's Gambit declined, while on the Humpy and Hu Yifan board, we have the Italian that's happening, and the moves will flow in a bit. But Tanya, a very interesting opening choice here by both the players. As you can see, the Italian is here. We'll have a very nice fight.
When you've got this sort of a roster, this kind of a lineup, that's exactly what we expect, and they always deliver. These two teams currently with a very different trajectory of getting on to day 3. For the upGrad Mumba Masters, it's been 100% score. They have been perfect as a team. 2 out of 2, 2 match victories. Meanwhile, for the Alpine SG Pipers, it's been the other end of that line, where yet to score a match win, yet to strike with all guns blazing on all their boards.
Right, and Tanya, let's get the action on the Nino versus Harika board. And here on board number 5, we see that after Bishop E7, White is now thinking quite a bit for almost a minute.
Very fascinating. Traditional chess knowledge, knights before bishops. That's how you want to start development. But here, Harika switches that move order by starting first with the bishop. Will take out her knight. Next, Anish Giri, meanwhile, does get the lift-off signed by the arbiter and starts with the king pawn opening. The big board. I'm expecting a decisive result on this one, given their style, Sagar. And Pragnananda immediately responding with the first move, d4, the queen's pawn opening.
And where's Fabiano Caruana? I can't see him at the board. I can't see him on the stage as well.
Someone tell Fabi, it's time. It's time to get to the icon board. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names. The 2021 World Blitz champion is waiting for you as the world number 3 does come back.
And Tanya, look at the opening choice in the game of Pragnananda. If we can quickly just shift there as Fabi gets to his board. It's the London system. Can we have Pragnananda versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov board 3 and we can show them the opening moves that happened here? It was d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop f4. And then the queen comes in, attacks the pawn on b2 and Prag goes c4. Wow, this is what we expected. Fireworks from the beginning.
Fireworks and how? We will deep dive into that, but first we go over to our icon board, the clash between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That gets underway and now all 6 boards in play, Sagar.
Oh, we have the Sicilian Najdorf happening here. Tanya, we're so lucky to see these spicy openings happening. Not the Sicilian Rosalimo or, you know, these dull openings. Nice. Enjoying it.
Love it, right? It's the calculation beast, Fabiano Caruana, against the Knight of Ninja. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, this has been his bread and butter for almost the entirety of his chess career. He is the biggest expert alongside Anish Giri when it comes to the Knight of this opening that's been chosen by Black.
Yes, and g3, bishop g2, a very safe setup by Fabiano Caruana to fianchetto his bishop. He's playing this calmly. I'm pretty sure he's super well prepared as well.
He's saying, bye, Maxime, I am not giving you any of those crazy night-offs that you want, none of those long theoretical battles. I'm just going to keep things safe. The fianchettoed bishop, as you mentioned, is one of the most solid approaches against the night-off. You get your king to safety, you develop that other bishop, you bring your queen forward, and eventually, someday, hope to get f4 in as white.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, here we have some moves coming in, but the board hasn't updated yet. Tanya, I would love to go to the Prag Mamedyarov board. Should we do that?
We should do that as and when you please, because there's never a dull moment on that one. And I say it, and it's the first board where the queens are off the board. You know, the commentators curse, it strikes. I was looking for a big boom boom fight here, you know, punches. But a queenless endgame, is there still poison in this position?
You know, Tanya, you can get boom boom even without the queens. You know, here, without the queens, the knight and the bishop are already developed. The bishop could come out eventually. White pieces are developing very quickly. It could very well happen that white gets a big edge here.
Because of the lead in development, as you're pointing out, notice the bishop, notice the knight at the center of the board. And if black was to capture the pawn, guess what? The other bishop comes into play, into a beautiful spot as well. And as we see moves coming in, definitely better placed pieces, symmetrical pawn structure for both sides, but better placed pieces for Pragnananda. Time is of the essence in this one. Don't let Shakhriyar complete his development if you're playing for an advantage.
Correct. Yeah, so here Pragnananda has just taken back the pawn and Shakhriyar is thinking, or has he played his move?
I have a question. Do you think this approach by Prag to trade the queens also stylistically plays against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov? You know, we talk about his middle game, we talk about how aggressive he is. You get the queens off the board and you kind of force him into a territory that perhaps Shakhriyar isn't super happy about.
I agree. That's a very smart decision there by Pragnananda. I think, Tanya, for us, it's time to go to the game between Ho Yifan and Koneru Humpy. We see that it's a very typical Italian game. Slow moving. I think this will build up slowly and steadily as we go along.
Couldn't agree more with you. I think that's the nature of Italian, that first the pieces come out until there is a central break, either white getting d4 or black advancing the d pawn. That's when it truly explodes. So far, it's pretty much, want to stay in standard territory, but the fact that black has pushed that A pawn, Humpy wants to expand on the queen side, Sagar. She wants to play B5, she wants to go A4 next, bring the bishop out. And I'll point out one idea that I remember from our training camps for the Olympiad that we had studied for black in this position.
Oh, spilling all the beans, Tanya.
Some of them. You can push those pawns, develop the bishop, and then a sneaky queen maneuver next to the black rook and line it up with the bishop. Targeting that F2 pawn. So this could be a development plan that we might see happen here.
Wow. That's cool. That's so cool that Tanya has actually worked with Humpy and Harika for the Olympiads, and we're getting some great insights there. Tanya, one more game. Nino Batsiashvili versus Harika. And here we see a very typical Queen's Gambit declined.
Queen's Gambit declined where the center has disappeared from the board. So a lot of trades have happened, and I think this is a similar story to the Pragnananda board where you have symmetrical pawn structure, but there is a slight lead in development as the bishops are nicely placed. The knight comes out. Look at that. The rook captures the open D line right now.
Another queenless middle game and another position where white is slightly better. It seems like all the players of the Alpine SG Pipers were like, guys, you know, let's minimize the risk today and let's push still.
I think that's a great math strategy, you know, when you're playing against the upGrad Mumba Masters who are clearly on fire. You know, not only the fact that they've won 2 matches, they won 17-4. Their opening match. Dominating performance. You kind of want to get into kind of those positions where you feel, let's play risk-free today. And I think with the white pieces, a lot of their players are doing that.
Yeah, that's true. Should we go to the prodigy board between Leon Mendonça and Daneshwar Bardia? And here we can see that white again maybe has that small pull because of the C6 square weakness.
The one pattern that I'm seeing across all these boards is that the central pawns have been traded off. It's on the Prague board, it's on the Harika board, and now on the Prodigy board right here, that C and D pawn, which means open lines where potentially could be a lot of trades. And Sagar, what happened?
Tanya, look at this. On our top board, the icon board, the queens are gone here as well. Look at what happened. I mean, we were in for a Najdorf. And in Najdorf, you generally don't trade queens so soon. But here comes A4, B4, knight jumps in, takes, queen takes, rook A7, and all of a sudden, you have a queen trade. Again, this is done by Fabiano Caruana.
It's amazing. And again, it's that pattern that we're talking about. Just get into positions where you don't have tactics, where you're not giving the upGrad Mumba Masters the chance to strike in aggressive positions. Take that away from players like Maxim, like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and just try to play an endgame or play a simplified position at the center.
I agree. And now this is very exciting. Let's go to Hoyifan versus Humpy. And there is some action that's happening, Tanya. Oh my God, the position has shifted tremendously. So well timed by Humpy. White is better.
And it's very interesting. I think what was missed here were tactics, Sagar, because it feels like the black knight could not have jumped on this square. There are 2 attackers, only 1 defender. But there's a problem with actually taking because you've got this D line that opens up at the end of it as you're showing the line. Rook takes pawn, and I think that E5 pawn suddenly could also be extremely weak in certain positions because the D4 pawn is pinned.
Right, there's a pin here, and also you can't really protect the D4 and the E5 pawn. Very well spotted.
You go to H4 and suddenly tactics on that E5 pawn, Sagar.
Yes, absolutely right. The rook is also hanging. So that's the reason why you can't win the pawn, Tanya, but you can very well bring your knight out. And after knight takes knight, pawn takes, this is just game over for black because the queen is coming up and it's going to be a mate.
It really will be. You set up that battery of the queen and the bishop and notice how all of black's army is offside. On the other flank, the knights, the bishops, the king is defenseless. There's nobody protecting these squares. And white has a beautiful connect 3 at the center of the board. You know, that E5 pawn leading charge here.
Absolutely. And guys, so this match actually is looking really good for the Alpine SG Pipers. They're equal on some of the boards, and in some of them, they are pushing with the white pieces. On no board do the upGrad Mumba Masters have an edge.
And we're not used to that storyline. That hasn't happened so far in Season 3 of the Global Chess League. upGrad Mumba Masters have usually been looking pretty good on their boards. So this one's shaping up to be a complete firefight.
Can I shock you even more?
Do it.
Let's go to board 2 between Anish Giri and Wesley So. Look at the position. Where are the queens? I mean, all the queens are just gone.
I mean, now I'm not even shocked about this narrative anymore. We are seeing this on every single board. It looks like the Alpine SG Pipers said, you know what, if we win the toss, we get the white pieces and we just get the queens off the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and by the way, this was the Scotch opening, Tanya, something that you like to play with the black pieces. And this is what happened here. White has the queen trade, has a better structure, but black has a lead in development. And there you have it. The position is roundabout even.
I would agree with, even from a human perspective, it starts looking like things are under control. You know, black has this slightly deformed pawn structure on that C line, but with counterplay on that B file, the B2 pawn, notice how that A pawn, which Wesley has pushed, actually creates a weakness on the B file that can be targeted. You know, you can put the rook, line it up, and just make sure that white knight, it's destined to defend it forever.
True. Okay. So, going to the game of Prag and Mamedyarov. Now, this is the game where we were saying that even though the queens are off the board, white is slightly better. Tanya, if you could explain to our viewers here, why is white better?
Throwing all the difficult questions for me. I was hoping you wouldn't ask that, but I will try. You know, Sagar, there is one problem piece in black's position here. It's all about development and piece activity. That bishop that Shakhriyar has on the light squares, it's not only not developed, but it's also stopping the rook from coming to the game. Shakhriyar's bishop on c8.
This one.
And
and look,
it just makes sure that that bishop doesn't develop, not giving Shakhriyar the time to go d7 to get that bishop into the game. So essentially, Prag is making an argument that I'm playing against your pieces. Compare the two bishops that Prag has right now. Super active on those diagonals. A beautiful knight at the center of the board. That white rook can at any point jump to c7 once the knight is out of the way as well. So I think it's the piece activity which the evaluation bar is making a case for. Everything equal, just better placed pieces for Prag.
Yeah, I love this. Actually, Prag, really a risk-free edge here, but at the same time, he has to be accurate because if black gets e5, e4, bishop comes out, black is fine. So, need to be careful of those things. But for now, Prag is doing very well. Meanwhile, Ho Yifan did get her knight out to c3, and Humpy defended it with the bishop coming to f5, Tanya. Can we win a pawn now? Is that possible? Because this time, let's say knight takes knight, pawn takes, bishop takes, rook takes. You don't have the bishop coming out again. It's already traded.
Interesting, but it just feels like there should be play. Maybe the queen is the one that makes a case for jumping to the center of the board, Sagar, and also just trying to attack that rook. You know, dislodge that rook, and still some weaknesses that you have to fight and defend at the center.
I think also, Tanya, f5 might be a very direct way. Oh no, it's not a good move.
It does. I thought about this. My mind was exactly where your head's at right now, but it does weaken a diagonal. You know, I don't like allowing checks. And that can just start feeling a little shaky. But I wonder if queen d5 could potentially be instead a lot more solid instead of f5 in this position.
You're right, Tanya. Queen d5 is an excellent move. Getting the rook in, putting more pressure on d4, and that's good compensation. And Ho Yifan, such good understanding. She doesn't take on e4. She plays bishop e3.
Ho Yifan is one of the most principled players. You know, her fundamental understanding is so superior. She would never go into these kind of crazy lines. She gets her pieces out. And Sagar, I say we do a quick roundup. We do a bird's eye view of all our 6 boards and see where the teams are finding their chances.
Okay, let's have those 6 boards pulled up here with the teams all pitted together. And, well, I can see the white bars doing quite well on our left of our screen, on both the boards, and then on the bottom right as well. Tanya, I think a couple of boards. I mean, no queens. I can't see queens anywhere.
So the top left is Pragnananda trying to push in that endgame with a slight edge, beautifully placed bishops against Shakhriyar Mamedov, and it's bottom right, it's Huyifan versus Koneru Humpy.
Yeah.
Once again with a position where the black knight for Humpy at the center of the board looks very beautiful, but is the one that can be targeted at the right time.
Yeah, let's get back to the game here. Let's go to board number 1 between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the icon board here. And Tanya, you can see that the white rook is well placed here, defending your own pawn, putting pressure here. Do you feel that Fabi has enough here to pose problems to Maxime?
It's a great question. Optically, when you put this position, it almost feels like White's rook is beautiful on d5, and that's the post that Naidov's fights are usually revolving around. Who can control this square? But you really want a minor piece there. You don't want a major like your rook or queen there, which can easily be kicked out. Imagine the king moving one step forward and the knight falling back to hit that rook. And suddenly the d pawn can also move ahead. You're feeling weak on that a5 weakness. If we highlight that, that's a red hot weakness in Fabi's camp. I think if Maxime is able to push that rook out of that d5 square, he's definitely got something to play for here.
Very cool, very cool. The only thing here is that the white knight could very well come in and plug the weakness here. So it's a very complex position.
And I want to ask you, in these team battles, right, we've got this incredible icon board. How much of a role does that play when the other team members sort of see this position or see this game psychologically to adapt to that? How crucial is this match between these two players who've played against each other endless number of times for the rest of the team?
I think it was you, Tanya, who said that yesterday whoever won on the icon board, that team lost. So, while this board is very important, it's very, very critical to play well on all the boards. And for now, I think this game may very well go into a draw or an equal position. Let's go to Prag game, board number 3. Pragnananda. Oh my God, what we just spoke, Tanya, has happened here. We left it off when the rook was on e8. Then came knight e4. He took, pawn pushed forward. I was like, this should be avoided. But Prag was like, Sagar, you don't understand chess so deeply. Pawn push. And now this position is somehow very much better for white because look at all those pieces so active now.
And what a stunning last move by Pragnananda is with, as a bait, that a2 pawn. But watch out, that's the mouse trap. You lure the bishop in and then you shut the gate on it, Sagar. You go b3. That would be a piece trap right there. The rook sliding in next to win it. So even though that pawn is on pre, should not be captured. Not even to mention that f5 is hanging as well.
Yeah, this one is not looking good for the upGrad Mumba Masters. Pragnananda, leading from the front. He's like, I'm going to win this for my team. And when Prag will strike, I think it will really help the team.
This is huge. Sagar, this one is big. Shakhriyar Mamedov has been the key player, the star player of the upGrad Mumba Masters. And again, it comes down to that match strategy. You're playing against somebody as aggressive as Shak. You get the queens off the board and get him into this endgame and just say, you know what, it might be equal. It might look toothless and harmless, but that's slight lead in development. You still have problems to solve, and Shakhriyar hasn't been able to solve them so far.
No, for sure. This one is going down the losing way for Shakhriyar here. Meanwhile, another game that's big trouble for the upGrad Mumba Masters is Huyifan versus Koneru Humpy on board 4. Tanya, it's just looking tough. But Humpy's last move was knight to b4, attacking the bishop on c2. You don't want to lose that bishop.
You don't want to give Humpy a bishop pair in this position. So it might be time for Huyifan to just put a pause, pull the brakes for a move, put that bishop back on this diagonal, and then kick Humpy's knight back. You say, you know what? You were feeling attacking, you were feeling aggressive, but guess what? On the next move, you will be forced to retreat.
Yes, you have to go back with your knight, and then white is better in this position. Sometimes, the bishop could pop out from a2 and attack this pawn as well.
Sagar, that means Huyifan and Pragrananda so far are getting the job done for Alpine SG Pipers.
And then who's striking for the upGrad Mumba Masters? That's a big question. Is it MVL? No, the position is equal. Is it Wesley So against Anish Giri? No, the position is equal. Is it Harika against Nino? No. Is it Bardia Daneshwar who's been playing so well? No, that's also equal. Tanya, this is such a solid performance by Alpine SG Pipers.
That's a whole lot of no that I could hear right now. So far, on all the other boards except these two of Huyafan and Prag, the balance is there in the position. But Sagar, we know one thing. When the clocks go tick-tock, anything can happen in those time scrambles. So still too soon to call a result on this one.
Oh, for sure. It's too soon. I want to go and check the Prodigy board because that is where the queens are there, but everything else is gone. Here we have a queen and knight versus queen and bishop. And Tanya, this is too equal. Like, let's just say I play knight d7 and the queens get traded off. This is a draw. I mean, even white could be in some sort of trouble here in this endgame.
It's a 6v6 when it comes to the pawns, and like you're saying, the black knight can jump around, hop around and try to target the pawns on the left flank of the board. The king is coming to the center very quickly. Should be about in the balance in this one. So looks like Mendonça is taking care of his position with the white pieces, and Daneshwar also doing fine.
Yes, and on board 5, Nino Batsiashvili and Harika. I'm pretty sure that this one will end in a draw. There's nothing much happening, but if something's happening, it's in white's favor because this pawn could be slightly weak.
And it's also the double pawn. The whole right side, you can feel that Harika might not love her pawn formation, but is that enough to actually push for something real? If you're Nino, she first sidesteps the king away from that open line in the center. So no pins, no pressure on that bishop. And Harika, immediately, I saw her respond there, Sagar.
Yeah.
I am going to challenge you on the open line, not allowing the rook infiltration.
Yes. And this one is heading towards equality. Oh, let's go to Prag's game. Let's stick here. He has already won a pawn. Let's just back up a couple of moves, Tanya. After knight jumped in, there was pawn to g6 to bolster the pawn on f5. After takes, he goes rook c7, attacking this pawn on b7. Bishop goes back. I take the pawn. And after trades, here, this is the live board position.
So Pragrananda has an extra pawn, and it is a passer on that right flank. The 2v1, the 2 versus 1 that we see, it's all about pushing those pawns. There's also a weakness of the red one that you're highlighting there. Pragrananda, this at that level has to be close to a winning advantage, Sagar.
Yeah.
Do you think he gets this in the bag? Will he get the ball over to the back of the net?
100%. I think Prag, this is just the kind of positions he loves. He loves technical endgames, and even if there was equal pawns, Tanya, I would have said Prag will have chances with his bishop against knight, but here he's just a pawn up.
And that's a great point you make, because usually in chess, when there is an endgame with this dynamic of bishop versus knight, and there are pawns on both sides of the board, both flanks of the board, a long-range piece like the bishop is much more powerful than the knight.
Absolutely. And so, by the way, if there's one guy who's starting to make some headway for the upGrad Mumba Masters, it's the icon board, MVL, starting to get slightly better here, Tanya, because the d6 weakness is gone, d5 break has come in, the knight is active. You had mentioned about the a5 pawn being weak. It's all coming together for black.
And Sagar, I think it happened exactly the way we were mentioning. The king moved forward, the knight fell back. If we just do a quick action replay from where we left it last, all about that d5 square that we were highlighting.
Nice, Tanya. You're like the fortune teller. You just got everything correctly there. Rook b5?
It's a very thematic idea. And you pointed out the a5 weakness. That's what he's going for now that the rook has been pushed back. This is maximizing Vishy Alagrav at play right now. Because he's just getting all his pieces into the game. Also, watch out now for that c3 square that has been left for the black knight to jump on. This is looking good for the upGrad Mumba Masters. Definitely progress here.
Yes. And so the upGrad Mumba Masters should definitely hope that MVL will strike gold here, because Ho Yifan and Pragnananda are doing really well on boards 3 and 4. Let's go to Ho Yifan's game. And we had some updates there. The knight jumped in. The bishop dropped back. There was pawn to c6. Knight came back to d2, trying to challenge this knight here. And Humpy went wrong with queen h4, Tanya. a3, kicking the knight. And this is the live position.
And Sagar, even though our computer did not like Humpy's move, I will say from a human perspective, it starts to look a little crazy, scary even. You can imagine a rook left by Humpy. Rook e6, rook g6, line it up against the white king. You're eyeing that h3 soft spot as well for a sacrifice. Humpy's basically saying that, you know, I'm going all out on that right flank. I'm going to try to create an attack here.
Yes, but you know, Tanya, look at this move. I think this is just insane. I don't know if any human being can find this. But after takes here is an incredibly wonderful move. By the way, we have a result. On board 2, there's a draw between Anish Giri and Wesley So. I told you, bhai. This was bound to happen.
You did call that one out, Sagar. You said Wesley versus Anish will end peacefully at the start.
Too much respect.
You and Sahaj both had this prediction. Yes. And both very positional, strategic players, again, who have so much experience against each other. And like you said, so solid.
Yeah. They just are like, okay, you know, we just knew the opening and stuff. So draw, very logical result there. Meanwhile, guys, here is the move that I was talking about in the Humpy game. Pawn to f4. And you know, you can't take en passant, Tanya, because bishop takes f5 is a free bishop. Can Hou Yifan find it? That's the question.
Hou Yifan, the second strongest ever female player in the history of the game, only after second to none other than Judith Polgar. And look at that, step 1, Sagar, step 1, will she go f4 for the score?
She's doing it. And then if she gets f4, she might very well try for later g4
and
as well.
Sagar, the problem is after f4, you're disconnecting the black queen from defending that central pawn. Hou Yifan, if she finds this idea, she's just going to be up a pawn. Yeah, you can't defend it anymore.
She's clearly better, although I think a more human idea, Tanya, is to jump with your knight to c4 and d6. But if she plays f4, we'll be like, you know, Hou Yifan, she's playing like an engine today. She's playing too well.
She's a very strong player. The thing is, f4 is such a direct approach, but you might feel you're weakening your king just a little bit. But I have a feeling that Yifan feels it's time to cash in. She's positionally very well in this position, you know. Look at that knight at the corner of the board. The black knight stuck there. The rook still not in the game. That bishop blocked by the d4 pawn. She might go for the direct approach with f4.
Okay, let's see if that happens. But while this is happening, Tanya, Nino Batsiashvili on board number 5 is also in a better position against Harika. We said that this game would end in a draw. I felt that that would be the result. But Harika gave up one pawn, and now she's actually got back her pawn. But this rook endgame is tremendously dangerous. In fact, it might be objectively lost because of this extra pawn here and the better placed king.
And that king is about to come up the board as well. And there was, I thought there was some sort of a situation there, but she does take the bishop. She gets the king up the board. And now, is it time to start targeting that b5 pawn? I'm expecting Nino to land her rook in front of that b pawn that looks
Here
weak.
or here, Tanya?
I would be tempted to put it to b6.
But you know, if you play to b6, rook c5 and black is okay. But if you play a rook to a5 and now I play rook c5, then after a4, white wins.
Yes, that is the right execution of the plan. And Nino does not play it. She instead goes to block that pawn. She takes away the c5 square. She's now threatening to attack it on the next move.
But now Harika can go rook g4. She can start attacking the white pawns and then defend this way. I think Harika will get the half point here for the upGrad Mumba Masters. A small miss there by Nino. She got her chance, but she didn't take it.
And Sagar, as we're going into time trouble territory, you know, the time scrambles that are coming up, let's get a bird's eye view. Let's go into a shift of the 6 board scene so that we can really see how the teams are faring against each other. We see that on that top left, Pragnananda in full control in this endgame. So that's good news for the Alpine SG Piper, Sagar, and that bottom right board still a huge advantage for Hou Yifan. Those are 2 6-pointers then.
Yeah, we need to change one of the boards. There is no junior board here, but that is equal. So, by the way, if we go quickly to the Pragnananda game on board 3, we will see that Prag is doing this in style. We had a few moves here. Prag broke here with the move G4, which is so beautiful, breaking the structure, making another weakness.
And look at that bishop. It hits that knight. Oh, this is stunning. Look at the way Prag has pretty much killed Shakriyar's rook to the corner of the board. We spoke about the problem pieces for Shak. It was the bishop. It came out, had to give up a pawn. And now that rook is stuck. The white rook is about to slide all the way to 7th heaven.
Oh my goodness. And once this rook gets here, the pawn moves forward. It might well be a mating attack, Tanya.
I say we stay here because this game might be ending any moment, Sagar.
Sure, we can stay here. I'll keep an eye on the other games. It's all looking very much in control for the Alpine SG Pipers. I don't even see where the threats are coming from. Even MVL, who was slightly pushing with black on board 1, is equal now. G5 played.
He kicks the knight out only to follow it up with the rook if it's allowed to infiltrate. And I think Shakriyar has to stop it. He has to move the knight to a square where it can control the C7.
Knight e8 or knight d5.
Such an unhappy move when you play knight e8.
Yeah, let's play knight d5, which is slightly more active. But I don't know. I mean, Tanya, rook c5, rook c4, attack this pawn.
He's reaching out. He knows that he's in big trouble, Shak. And look at the way Prag has pretty much outplayed Shak ever since the queens got off the board.
And that too without really trying too hard. I think this is just pure genius by Prag today.
He does jump in to the center of the board, but that knight, one thing you have to be careful about, Sagar, do not get tempted to pin that knight on the d file.
Oh, yes. If rook d1,
the
Tanya...
bishop's hanging, everything's hanging, knight jumps all over.
Brilliantly spotted here. The rook is hanging. So, okay, knight d5, and now Prag thinking about what his next move should be. Shakriyar, of course, worried, tremendously worried at this point, but Tanya, we need to go to the icon board.
Let's do it.
MVL is actually now again better. And this time, can he make it into a tangible advantage for himself?
And Sagar, look at the clocks as well for Fabiano Caruana. He's down to 2 minutes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the former World Blitz champion, a speed monster.
Yeah, he's an absolute speed monster here. And he's playing so well. He won that pawn, Tanya, on a5 we were talking about.
Gaya.
Mar gaya wo. And black is a pawn up.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing at the speed like a Mumbai local right now. You know, he's
fast local.
Very fast local. And the white knight jumps in right now as Fabi tries to fight. G7 is threatened. Knight takes pawn ka idea. Watch out for that.
Just kick the knight away with G6. And guys, if there's someone who can save the upGrad Mumba Masters today, it is MVL. If he can do that, I don't know if it would be enough, but he must do it.
It's full pressure on him. He has to feel the responsibility on his shoulders as some of his other teammates are in trouble right now. He knows when you're playing against Fabi, you need to put pressure on the board and the clock. He was quickly about to make a decision. He does fall back with the rook, defending that pawn, Sagar.
Yeah, and maybe the advantage slightly slips, but it's still very much under control. Tanya, I want to take our attention to Ho Yifan versus Humpy because the #1 player in the world, Yifan, is crashing through today. She has a huge position. And look at these black pieces.
They're not even playing. I don't know what pieces you're talking about. Those pieces are totally offside when all the action is happening on the right flank. And now watch out. Sacrifices on that 8-6 pawn is what Yifan has hinted at. Bishop takes pawn. Would be game over. There'd be checkmate to follow if that's allowed.
Right, and that looks really deadly right now. Humpy is in big trouble. So actually, the Alpine SG Pipers are striking on 2 boards. Prag on board 3 and Ho Yifan on board 4. So you need 2 wins for the upGrad Mumba Masters. That's not looking... I mean, MVL could try on board 1, but who's the other guy? Who's the other player? Not Harika. Is it Daneshwar Bardia?
Well, it might be, but for the upGrad Mumba Masters, 1 board at a time. Even this is far from winning.
True.
For Maxime. He's pushing it. He's up a pawn right now, but so many pieces that gives Fabi enough counter chances to fight back.
I agree. Fabi will fight here. I want to quickly check the Prodigy board. Right now, Daneshwar Bardia with the black pieces. I don't know if he's seen what's happening in other games, and he's feeling that I need to play for a win here.
And Bardia has been the superstar for the upGrad Mumba Masters. He's been masterful in his performance. 2 out of 2 so far for the team. He's playing with the black pieces, but that king on g6, is it feeling the heat right now?
Yeah, it looks a bit weak, Tanya. I mean, check could come in at any point. There could be a pawn push to just smoke the king out. Maybe it's also looking good for Leon here.
This game is one for all 3 results, and draw is the least likely of them.
I agree.
It's going to be a fantastic battle, and coming down to 2 minutes now for Mendonça. Sagar, I think we go back to the Humpy Hu Yifan board.
Okay.
Because I do see a sacrifice has happened there.
Oh my goodness.
She's given up the bishop.
She's given up that. She went king g8. Boom by Hu Yifan. Takes here, queen takes. There's a mate threatened here. So f6 played. But how do you finish it off, Tanya?
Hu Yifan is going to show us the way. She simply captures the pawn. She's hitting that defender queen, which has to stay on the board. Queen f7, keeping it close to the king. Is there a knockout punch here?
Yeah, there should be. There's bishop g6 ideas. I
love
mean,
that move.
There's also rook takes e8, queen g5 check. Oh, this is the way, Tanya. Rook e8, I give you a check, and then you move the king somewhere, and then I go bishop g6.
Very strong, but Yifan goes for a different approach. She plants the rook on e7 instead.
Oh, wow.
She's saying, come and take it, because if you were to capture the rook twice...
Take, and take. There's a check here, and game over.
Game over.
I think Humpy might resign here.
Oh, can we go full screen on the players right now? This might be the first point for the Alpine SG Pipers coming from Hu Yifan right here. What a move by her rook e7. You have to trade.
Yeah.
You can't allow that rook to live there. Humpy does it.
Humpy takes here, fe7, and resignation there. What a win for Hu Yifan, her first win at the Global Chess League 2025.
And what an important moment to get it. You're bottom of the leaderboard. Your team needs you to show up, and Hu Yifan is the first to set the tone for the match. Alpine SG Pipers in the lead, 1-4.
And Tanya, on board 1, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now seriously better. It's so complicated, this game, but trade, and a serious pawn up position for black.
This is the board that Maxime, the upGrad, have to strike here. They have no other option because they're going to go down on 2 boards.
Yeah.
Hu Yifan has won. Prag's about to win. Can Maxime do it?
Prag is winning. Maxime is trying. I'm keeping my eye on the Nino versus Harika game. It's going to end in a draw. The only hope for the upGrad Mumba Masters to try and win this match is if Daneshwar Bardia strikes on last board. Otherwise, the Alpine SG Pipers take it home.
And what a moment that will be. First, the Triveni Continental Kings fall at the hands of the FYERS American Gambits. And now will the upGrad Mumba Masters have the same destiny? They need a miracle right now to save this match, given the board situations across. Look at that, Fabi at 17 seconds as well. Sagar, should we catch the end of the Prag game right now?
Let's go to Prag versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And
look at Prag. Look at the way he's locked in, leaned into this. He senses it.
Yes, he has a minute on the clock, but I don't think that's going to matter much. Knight check, take it with the bishop, I guess. Oh, and a draw in Humpy versus, in Harika versus Nino Batsiashvili. So the score is 4-1. Let's go back to the Prag game.
And this one ends in a draw as we go full screen on our players right now. Can Prag put the finishing touches? He's giving a check. He's up 2 pawns here. Shakhriyar repeats, Prag will not give another check.
True. Has Prag complicated the win a bit, do you think, Tanya, because of the rook endgame here? Or maybe not, right?
He's trying to think that he's boxed up Shakhriyar's king on the corner. Is there a way to get to it? Can you get the other rook to the h file to deliver checkmate?
Yeah, but your own king is in a bit of a precarious situation, so be a little careful, Prag, there.
Gives a check.
Don't repeat one more time.
One more time, and that will be a claim by Shak. Wait, what? No. Oh.
Yeah, he had it under control. He had it under control. And look at Shak. So tricky there. He's pushing Prag on time. Prag down to 20 seconds.
Prag's clock is Shakhriyar's best friend right now. He's playing on it. He's not letting Prag breathe. He's not giving him enough time to calculate. Shak knows he's lost, but he has to push on the clock. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6.
Goes rook h2, and Prag's advantage falls massively. Is Shakhriyar going to save this one? And if MVL wins, oh my goodness, that would be a huge turnaround.
And turnarounds are what we expect and what we see all the time when it comes to the Global Chess League. But right now, still too far. Still, Prag does have an advantage. He's put the rook at a spot where if you give a check as black with the black rook, it would force a trade-off. The king falls back, you give another check. The white king steps up closer towards the rook.
That's beautiful how Prag has calculated this through. But Tanya, you know what's the best move here? Rook to g5, cutting the king off and trying to checkmate this king. That's what you want to do here, guys. Rook h2, Shak has 1 minute on the clock. He goes king g8 and... Oh, Prag blunders! Prag blunders!
It's the most human move in the position. He's grabbed a third pawn, Sagar. Has he walked into a potential perpetual here?
Yes,
Gives a
check, and Shak has seen it.
And Prag sees it now, which is why he's frozen.
Not yet, Tanya. I think king f4, check, king takes, check. Oh, 1 second, this is going to end in a draw. Look at this, it's a perpetual check.
And you can't run.
Oh my
God. You have nowhere to hide. Look at that. The black rook keeps following.
By the way, icon board is done. What happened? MVL 1. Can we go to Prag game?
Let's go back straight to Prag's game. It's about to finish.
Draw.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave gets the win.
Tanya, this is the most...
Look at Pragnananda. He knows it. He missed a golden opportunity. And look at that. That's Shakhriyar claiming a draw.
And Prag agrees to a draw. Have the upgrad Mumba Masters just edged out the Alpine SG Pipers. This is a big result.
It's a huge turnaround. After being down from the start and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with a Houdini escape on his board.
And upgrad Mumba Masters are now ahead on the scoreboard. And Tanya, Daneshwar Bardia is actually pushing here, which means that the upgrad Mumba Masters are going to win this. I can't believe it. We are stunned. And look at Hari and Wesley.
And Hari cannot believe what has just happened.
No, look at Ho Yifan. She can't believe it. She's stunned. Oh, by the way, blunder. It's mate in 3.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Mendonça about to win. Will he find the checkmate?
Leon can actually get the win for Alpine.
He needs to push the pawn. He doesn't find it. He had to push the pawn. Mendonça misses a checkmate in 3 moves. And this also goes down and is about to end in a draw now.
No way I don't know if we got somehow the moves wrong, because right now the board is far ahead. Checkmate. No. What?
Ooh.
Leon won. Leon won. His team has won. Leon Mendonça gets the win for Alpine SG Pipers. Oh my God.
What was that? He just blundered his queen? What happened in those last few months? And look at that. Praveen Thipse walks over to congratulate Mendonça for this big win at the end of it. Anish cannot believe it. Fabi cannot believe it. Nobody can. What on earth is happening?
You know, Shak and MVL, these two guys played so well for the upgrad Mumba Masters, but in the end, the hero for the battle was Leon Mendonça. The Alpine SG Pipers have won it, Tanya.
Unbelievable. And for the upgrad Mumba Masters, it is heartbreak for Alpine SG Pipers. They can celebrate as they get their first win. And Sagar, this was an absolute roller coaster.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Tanya. A complete roller coaster here. 2 wins for the Alpine SG Pipers. So that's 6 points, 3 draws, which means they go to 9, while the upgrad Mumba Masters get only 7 points. And maybe at some point, maybe in the post-show, we would love to show some of the analysis here, because it was incredible.
Unbelievable.
Can we get the board? Can we show it?
We want to show it. If we can get the board between Mendonça and Daneshwar, what happened in those final moments that pretty much ended up deciding this match, Sagar, in the favor of the Alpine SG Pipers here. A checkmate in 1. But there seems to be some kind of discussion going on here. They're discussing, I think, what happened on the icon board?
No, they're just analyzing. It's just them analyzing this, but actually speaking, guys, the match is done here.
And if we can go to the board number 6, which was Mendonça versus Daneshwar, that ended
the Prodigy board.
The Prodigy board.
Can we just have the analysis board? That would be incredible to just analyze along with watching the video there on the side.
A checkmate in one, Sagar. At the very end, Bardya Daneshwar, who has been the player for upGrad Mumba Masters, allowed a mate in one from an equal position.
Absolutely.
And checking procedure.
And it was right here.
Yeah, and by the way, the players are Tanya, but just we can show this very quickly. Bishop goes back, queen takes, h5, king g5, it's still equal. And then...
Don't blink, you'll miss it. Just see what's about to happen. He makes a mistake, but it still goes on. The queen's threatening a checkmate from this side. The black knight comes in with a check. Stops that mate, but guess what? Now he makes a one-move blunder, allowing a mate from the other side of the board.
Checkmate.
That king on h4, and with that win, it was the Alpine SG Pipers taking down the upGrad Mumba Masters. This season, the tournament, the Global Chess League, wide open now.
Yeah. Absolutely, guys. And in the end, they were playing so quickly that the DGT moves were so wild. And I think Leon Mendonça should get the player of the match award. I mean, he is the MVP. He played so well. Leon Mendonça there, just outstanding. And
it's a tough pick, Sagar. It's a tough pick. Will it be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who might be, but the thing is his team also went down to lose.
I mean, Ho Yifan played a brilliant game, so we could, but somehow Leon, under that pressure, Tanya, that last moment he found the checkmate, he deserves it.
I agree with you. I think between Hu Yifan and Leon Mendonça, these are the two players. It will be an MVP between one of them. What a performance by the Alpine SG Pipers, taking down the upGrad Mumba Masters 9-7. An absolute roller coaster of the match, and we will be back with all the action live from the players. You stay tuned with us. And plot twist like a Bollywood movie here today at the Royal Opera House, completely shaking up our leaderboard as the Alpine SG Pipers take on the upGrad Mumba Masters, beat them 9-7. What a performance this was. Sahaj, I know you were out there following the action in our fan zone. What was the vibe like? Kaisa lag raha tha?
The fans were glued to the screen just like me, and they were just watching you guys. And because it's their home team, yeah. And when in that final moment when he played Queen F6 checkmate, literally there was a huge sigh like from everyone. It was like it was something like I had never seen before.
Yeah, and the Alpine SG Pipers were almost like they were so smoothly winning that at some point they were almost going to lose this, and then they won it in the end. Maza aa gaya.
Prague also, that bunch of checks, what happened there?
Itna sundar draw tha. It was so beautiful.
It was a crazy match, up and down, left and right. Kya hi ho raha tha? The bar going crazy. Maza aa gaya. And for more maza, we head over to Arohi to award the player of the match.
It is the day of surprises. It is the day of broken streaks. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 9, played here this evening between the upGrad Mumba Masters and the Alpine SG Pipers. To present the award, joining us this evening is Mr. Sameer Vicharya from Tech Mahindra. And the player of the match award goes to Leon Mendonça from Alpine SG Pipers. Leon, first things first, how are you feeling after that nervy game?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. I mean, to learn that it helped the team win, so that was very nice, yeah.
So that was an impossible game. I mean, till the last minute, we were waiting for where the result is going to go. What do you think turned the tide in your direction?
I think that I just kept playing in the position because it was quite equal for a long time, and I mean, it could have also gone badly, but I just tried to keep the tension in the position and hopefully entice him into playing for more. And like at some point, I got his king in a box that it could get checkmated at any point. So I think when it became tricky and we had less time, I kind of utilized that his king was in a box, yeah.
What are you more happy about, winning such a nervy game or breaking the streak of the Mumba Masters who are going so well so far?
Mostly about winning because it was my first win of the tournament, so yeah. For me, it's about winning, yeah.
Absolutely hoping to see you very soon back here.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations on today's win. That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony. Back to the studio.
And Mendonça did do it in style for the Alpine SG Pipers. A beautiful queen dance at the end to deliver a checkmate on Daneshwar's king. Sagar, Sahaj, if you were to point out one moment in this match, what was the highlight for both of you?
Firstly, his opponent missing king h3, and then Leon finding queen a1. And finally, how was he so calm? I mean, if I found queen from h8 to a1, I would be jumping. I would be jumping like everywhere. I would be so happy with myself. How was he so calm?
Yeah, that was incredible. And I think I must add that Pragnananda missing the win played a huge role, because if he would have won, then the team, but he actually didn't play a huge role. Sorry. I mean, he was winning.
He was almost the hero for the Alpine SG Pipers, but it was enough, Sagar. Had Alpine SG Pipers not won at the end, that would really hurt. But what a game it was by Prague.
Beautiful.
You know what? Let's bring up our scoreline. It's been so much up and down, been such a roller coaster that this is what it looked like at the end. 3 peaceful results that both Prague versus Shark could have gone anyway, ended peacefully. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave getting the job done on the icon board, but once again, not enough, with 2 wins for the side with the black pieces coming on for Huyufan and Mendonça.
And what a game Huyufan played. Yeah, I mean, it was just sacrifices galore. For me, this was also one of the, let's say, one of the most beautiful matches I've seen in this day so far.
No, I think the matches are getting more and more intense because there's so much more at stake as we are heading further into the tournament. And now, at this point, I'm amazed we have all the teams at 6 points, right? No one is moving ahead.
Oof. I'm just catching my breath on what we saw, you know, not just the scoreline, not just the tumbling of the upGrad Mumba Masters for the first time, but also the bar jumping up and down. And this was the game it happened most in. Pragnananda looking so good to point this in the bag. You know, from the start, got the queens off the board against Shakhriyar early on, but then just seemed to outplay his opponent in the end game. And we see their early trades happen with Sagar in those final few seconds. It was the clock that told the story. Prag eventually walking into a forced perpetual check that his king could not survive against.
True. That end was brilliant. I think it'll go into the puzzle books of chess. And Shak claimed a draw. Prag knew.
And look at Pragnananda, head in hands, as he thought, did he just mess up the win for the Alpine SG Pipers? But Mendonça got the job done.
I think today Prag is going to give Leon a big treat. He'll be like, let's go, buddy. Thanks to you, I can have a good night's sleep.
And what a beautiful pattern it was. Yeah, 2 rooks just giving checks and the king cannot leave the rook. It was such a beautiful pattern.
Loved it.
By Shak there.
And by the way, Ho Yifan was another player who did so well for the Alpine SG Pipers. She was flawless in her win against Humpy.
Yeah, just beautifully executed with the white pieces, a solid approach in the opening and then finishing it off with incredible tactics. We saw some exchanges, some trades at the center, and at the end of it all, she pushed Humpy's queen back, brought her own queen forward into the attack and then just exploded on that black king.
Yeah, the final move there, the rook entering in, pawn takes, and Humpy had to resign.
And that was all she wrote. Handshakes there from Humpy. It was the end of the winning streak for upGrad Mumba Masters. It's been a break and shake on our leaderboard as we bring up our standings after this absolutely insane day 3 here at the Royal Opera House. Look at that. We've
So
still
close.
got four teams there right at the top. Alpine SG Pipers finally climbs up with their first match victory. What stands out to you on our leaderboard, Sagar?
Of course, it's the PBG Alaskan Knights at the bottom of the table that stands out, but also the 4 teams. And with such less difference in game points as well, we are in for an amazing treat in the next 7 days here.
Another thing is that upGrad Mumbai Masters, even though they lost their match, they're still leading. That's amazing, actually.
You know, the action's happening in Mumbai, but currently the PBG Alaskan Knights seem to be sitting in Alaska. What do they need to do to actually change the script? Because it needs to happen quickly for them.
Yeah, I think tomorrow they have to win. By tomorrow, if they lose, so done. I'm pretty sure that it's done. No chance.
I'm still with you on this one that they need to have some team activity together, like just to change the mood.
What would you recommend in Mumbai?
Some dinner, yeah. I mean, you are from Mumbai, Sagar. You should.
I'll tell you what they should do. They should right now try to get into the local train that's heading in the direction where everything's crowded. Just help each other, and they're like, "Oh, we survived this. Let's go tomorrow. We'll survive anything."
There's huge pressure on Gukesh to survive right now because it's become a battle for survival. Let's quickly bring up the action that's coming up on day 4. Tomorrow, this is what we have on the menu for everyone. It is the FYERS American Gambits taking on the Alpine SG Pipers. What a performance by both these teams, taking down the 2 giants today. It was the FYERS who beat the Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine SG Pipers breaking the upGrad Mumba Masters. We'll follow that up with the Alaskan Knights. A do or die for Gukesh's team right now up against the upGrad Mumba Masters. You know, you're on 0 on the leaderboard, and guess what your reward is? You play one of the strongest teams.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the PBG Alaskan Knights, but they have to start there. And then the Triveni Continental Kings take on the Ganges Grandmasters, perhaps the 2 teams that are playing really solid chess here.
I'm taking Triveni in that one for sure.
That's a safe choice.
Yeah.
Oh, what a day of chess it will be as we go on to day 3 tomorrow with all the matches starting with Hikaru versus Fabi. We'll have Gukesh taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza against Vishy Anand. That's only on the icon board. And of course, all of that is coming tomorrow as the race to the finish line heats up at the Royal Opera House. It's a sign-off from us here for tonight. We'll be back with all the chess action from the epic team battles happening in Season 3 of the Global Chess League. We'll see you then. Have a good night.